Hello. I know there's probably nobody here yet. Let me look and see. There we go. I'll do this for a few minutes and just see if anybody comes and hangs out. I'm doing this for no freaking reason. I was on Vegas Vixens chat, and there was a few people on there, and she's like, well, "Start your own chat." There's 6'8" guy. Yep, yellow solar. Doing a chat for no freaking reason whatsoever. Just for the hell of it. I got the day off, so like I said, I was hanging out with Deb RN and Vegas Vixen, and they're like, keep it going, keep it going. I was okay. I'll keep it going. And I'm just gonna do this for a little bit, and then I'll sign out. I got crap to do today, but hell, it's almost noon. Anyway, I'll see if any of the people that were in the other chat show up here, and if not, I'll probably go ahead and sign off. What's up, Yellow and 6-foot guy? Hey, JB. Just goofing off. Nothing in particular. I hadn't sent out any invites or anything. You're welcome, Vegas. I enjoyed coming on there and chit-chatting with you. Hey, C-Max. You never know. This may turn out to be a damn big chat. Who knows? I ain't got any agenda, anything to talk about. Just here goofing off. Yeah, yeah, C-Max. This is on a whim. Hell, I may not even let this be seen afterwards. John Rambo, what's up, dude? Okay, cool. You gonna get on my giveaway? Cool. Walter Green, Somerville, South Carolina. What's up, man? Shit, maybe I need to do these damn morning, afternoon chats more often. Zero Cipher, what's up, dude? Hell, anybody want a link? I may actually throw out some links and let's just have a bullshit session here. Yeah, spur of the moment thing, C-Max. So, like I said, I was talking to some girls on their chat. It started off as a makeup chat, a makeup, as in women putting the makeup shit. But she went 8 hours, and I jumped in, and guess what? It turned into a prepping gun chat. Cool, Walter. Yeah, I got to do that today too. I plan on making a shooting video today. If I don't get it done today, it'll be done tomorrow. Blue 823 started a Let Freedom Ring Trump 2017, I think. is the name of it. I'll have to go back and check. And he fired 45 rounds in honor of our 45th president. And I plan on doing a video response to that and do my own. What's up, Pops? And I got it all figured out. This is the cool part. It just so happens it works out. I do have 3 1911s. So if I put a round magazine in the gun in a 1911 chamber, I mean, if I chamber a round, put an 8-round magazine in it, so that's 9 rounds. So if I do 3 of those, 3 6-shooters, which I have, in 45 caliber, that equals to 45 rounds in 45 caliber. I think that would be pretty cool. 45 rounds in 45 caliber in honor of our 45th president. So that's my plan. That's the only goal I got today, other than taking my trash out. Hello, Annie. Thanks for coming over and checking us out. Oh, well, Walter, if you do that, that would be cool. Pops, I have no idea even why I started this chat. I was on another chat and they were like, keep it going. I was like, okay, whatever. So I threw up a chat. Over here bullshitting for a few minutes. Yeah, it got cold here too, C-Max. I had to fire up the damn wood stove and start heating this house up. Like I said, thanks for coming over, Annie. I appreciate it. Well, hello, Wade. Yeah, Fat Man, he's good. He's a good dude. He's a funny guy. Yeah, Fat Man's actually been over to the house here. He's been at my house and we've shot some guns together and bullshitted around. So good guy. Hello. Yeah. Curious Yellow Solar Pops VR was epic. That was funny. Even me, as myself, as I have on many of my videos, that was funny. Hey, PhD. Want a link, Wade? I'll send you a link. Because this is not an official chat that I normally do. If anybody wants a link, I'll send you one. Okay, hang on, Wade. Work this out. I'm going to send you a link to your YouTube inbox. I ain't got a clue who you are. Try. I don't see how I can find your freaking inbox. Doesn't list it. I don't know how to send you a. Wade, your channel. I don't know how you set it up like this, but There is no way to send you a PM. What the fuck? Be careful how you set your YouTube page up, because if you set it up where you people can't fucking contact you, can't contact you. What the hell? Hey Tom, what's up? All right, I'm gonna do something that I never do. And after this chat's over, if this turns out to be a train wreck, it will not be. I will blank it out. Here it is. First time, probably last time. In the external, I'm gonna put a link to this chat. Anybody wants in, come on in. I know this is an invitation for a train wreck. So let's just see how it goes. This is Saturday. I'm off. I'm already drinking beer. Fuck it. Yeah, Tom, I don't know how you set that up. Do that. Most people's channel, when you click on it, you'll see like a little menu, and you can hit the about and send a PM. But the way Wade's and maybe yourself, way you set your channel up, some people can't do that. Yeah. Yeah, Zero, it may get interesting. Is that you, Wade? Yeah, if it goes that way, I'll just stop this son of a bitch right off the bat. This chat may end quickly. Most of my trolls are not used to me doing a Saturday morning chat, so they probably don't even know I'm on. So I doubt, hell, nobody probably will join in. Now, if it was a Sunday night or a Tuesday night when I normally do my chats, I will never, ever throw a link out there. Okay, Wade. Yeah, you got to have a mic. You don't have to have a camera, but you got to have a mic. Yeah, Tom, I don't know what you have to do to make that happen. I don't know. There's a lot of settings that you can mess around with. All right. Well, I tried, Wade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my trolls are probably night owls. Oh, C-Max. You there, man? He's trying. Cool Garden of Whedon. Got their wind turbine up. Awesome. If you live where there's a lot of wind, that's a pretty good way to do it. I wish I had a hydro. I wish I had a creek or river or something on my property where I could put a hydro turbine up. That is the best way to go, but I don't have water, so I can't do that. It's okay, Lanny. I'm not gonna hang out here long. Hey, Hidden. Yeah, it's my day off. I'm just goofing off. See, Max, you having problems, dude? Chats are a little bit more of a issue to get on than people realize. Sometimes it makes you upload updates. You definitely have to have a microphone, even if it is a set of earbuds for your cell phone. Sometimes you can just plug that into your computer where the mic is and use that. Yeah, we don't need to see you in your birthday suit, 6 foot guy. 6'8" guy. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess if you got an open field, Garden of Eden, if you're in an open area, it would probably work. It wouldn't work for me. I'm in the woods. A wind turbine would never work for me. But if you have an open field, it would probably work. We're not known for having a lot of wind, but there may be enough to um, make it work a little bit. Somebody's gonna have to go back and hit that damn link because I need some backup here. I gotta go take a whiz. C Max says he's trying. I see his comment on the inside. Like I say, if you got a set of earbuds that you could use for a cell phone, that usually you can plug that into your computer. You know, just normal earbuds that's got a mic on it. That'll work if you ever want to be on a chat. One of the better ways to do it. Yeah, you only rent beer. No kidding. Coffee pot run out, so I'm already drinking beer. It's my day off. Tie knot in it. Yeah. Yeah, Annie, you may be right. Hey, Kim. Thanks for coming by. If any of y'all want in, I mean, I'm playing dangerous today. There you go. Come on in. Let's have a chit chat. C Max, hover your mouse over the top of the internal, like where you're at. Hover your mouse because sometimes it goes away. Hover your mouse over the top of the page, and you'll see a microphone thing. You may be muted. And you have to unmute yourself. If you've never been in a chat, mine is always there, but sometimes it's not always there. What's up, Misfit? Yeah, this is just a bullshit chat. We can talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. I really feel like stopping it, but all of a sudden I got what I got. I got 20 people watching on an unscheduled chat. like I said, hover your mouse over at the top of the screen, see Max, not on the chat side, but in the here, and you'll see there'll be like I don't know what you'll see because you're just here. But if you see a microphone with a line through it, make sure it's not in red. Hey, Stealing Logs, what's up? Yeah, I seen that solar. There's Deb.
Oh, only because I heard you say you had to go to the restroom. I decided to come on long enough to let you get off the panel.
Okay. Yeah. Y'all give me a second. I'll be right back. Thanks, Deb, for filling in.
Yeah, no problem. All right, you guys. Is this hysterically funny or what? TR having a morning chat. And I'm sorry, I don't know who's here on the panel with us, but their icon's a gun. Your mic is muted. So I heard TR trying to help you unmute. And I don't have the side chat. I'm on my phone. So I can't see the side chat to help him out. So if anybody that's on the side chat can type to him. So this is kind of an awkward position to sit and talk to you guys because I can't see the side chat. But, you know, I can chat up no problem. TR is a day person now that he works Monday through Friday kind of thing, or at least daytime hours. And so now he's up in the daytime. And it's just so funny to wander around the tubes and see all of a sudden TR's out and about. I wish there was a way I could see the side chat so I could talk to you guys well. But yeah. Yep, there's no way to do it, so I'll just have to come up with my own topics to talk about. So I told TR this earlier, but I saw, oh, hi, there's Chris. I saw on a report earlier today that they have discovered a 2-mile long crack in the desert between Casa Grande and Tucson. So in some places it's 2 or 3 feet deep, and in some places it's 20 to 30 feet deep. So there's no explanation. They found this with drones, I believe. And I don't know if it started appearing slowly or if it was, 2 miles long in a very short period of time. But it does make everybody kind of scratch their head and go, what the hell? You know? A crack that can be that deep, and it's really wide in some places too. So anyway, I saw it on YouTube today. And so if any of you see some of the Arizona crowd, you might ask them about it. And TR's back, so I will shut up.
Well, thanks for filling in there. Who else we got here? Chris jumped in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, it's C-Max here.
Oh, there you are.
My other account. At least I got this to work.
Yeah, there you go. Well, welcome, brother.
Hey, man.
If anybody Let's see. We got Nicole. No, Nico. Kim. Mantia. I'm sure I screwed that up. Country Life Tales. Wow, a lot of new people. Well, like I said, I was on another chat and they Vegas Vix and pushed them all over here, and I was like, sure, I'll do a chat. So, new crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to use your camera, Garden of Whedon. All you need is a mic. I'm kind of stepping out of bounds here, C-Max, and doing a live open mic chat. So, well, how you doing, brother?
Doing all right, man. How about you?
I'm doing good, and I want to say I really enjoy watching your videos. You have a I don't know, it maybe you should never get in front of a camera. You have a great radio voice.
Yeah, I've been told I've got a face for radio.
I don't even know what you look like. I don't even know if that's a real picture or not. I see there.
It is. It's a little dated. My daughter there, I put her on my business card because I used to always tell everybody she cuts down on my ugly. But it's a little dated. She's almost 18 now. So.
Okay. You do great videos. I really enjoy watching your videos. You have a good way of it's. I think you do a lot more prep before doing your videos than I do because I just do them all on the fly. Your videos seems like you kind of like you got it laid out. Okay, this is what I want to do.
Well, I try to. It doesn't always really work out that way. I really started the YouTube thing to kind of learn about video editing, and a bunch of people I worked with were always asking me questions. So I thought, well, just give me a chance to learn YouTube, learn to video edit, and just make a video to answer everybody's question. What gun should I get? That kind of thing.
Yeah. No, it's cool meeting new people on YouTube. I mean, it's really cool when I can actually talk to somebody on YouTube and stuff. But even just the comments, just commenting back and forth is really been really cool.
Yeah, no doubt.
Wade, I hear you
Am I coming
a little bit. Heard a little static. I heard you in the background. Your mic's not working.
Yeah, I found an old one lying around, but I think it was put up because it was just starting to go bad.
Okay.
Oh, you sound good now.
Hang on. Let me turn you up a little bit. You're a little quiet. Okay. Say something again.
Yeah.
There you go. You're coming in now. Well, hello, Wade. Where are you from?
I am from right here in the Greenville, Easley area.
Oh, wow. You're my damn neighbor.
Yeah, right down from the Greenville Picking Speedway.
Oh, shit. Okay. Cool. Well, I'm in Travelers Rest. Obviously, that's where the TR comes from in my name, Travelers Rest, TR Prepper. So I'm right up the road.
Yeah, it's part of my stomping grounds. I've turned off the YouTube thing, and I can't hear you. So it's like it's kind of overlapping.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning curve.
Yeah, you have to open up.
That's the first milestone.
Yeah, just wrong account.
Yeah, it's a milestone for me, that's for sure. used to be the knowledgeable one about computers years ago, and now I'm the one that's way behind.
It's hard to
it's
stay
cool.
up.
So, Chris, you're in a watcher of TR's because of his gun stuff.
Oh, without a doubt, I'm a gun guy too.
Okay.
Actually, my channel is CMAX Arms.
C-Max Arms. Okay.
Yeah. He stole my favorite Yeti cup from me.
Oh.
Yeah, I won this from C-Max right here.
Okay. Okay. And Wade, what's your? Are you a prepper? Are you a gun guy? Or are you just a local? You found somebody from your neck of the woods, so you.
All of the above.
All right. Well, TR brings out the crowd, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, I guess I'm so diverse in being in so many different chats and diverse in the videos I make. I've brought in a lot of different people, even though I'm still kind of a small channel. I got people everywhere. I have motorcycle people, gun people, metal detecting people, transgender. I mean, you talk about a diverse crowd of people. I got sub to me. I definitely got that. I may always be a small channel, but at least I got a whole range of people.
Well, I'm the gun, flashlight, prepper part of that group.
Okay. So I'm sure TR could do a show and tell. He's always got one or two laying around.
I only got one gun handy right now. No, I take it back too.
Yeah.
You should always have 1, 2, or 3 steps from you besides the 2 in your pockets.
Well, I got this one right here handy. It's a single action, but it still kills some bitch. 45 long Colt, matter of fact.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice.
Hey, Oxjaw, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, Oxjaw took my other Yeti cup, or one of the other ones.
Yeah, in that video you were talking about, I don't know if it was the first video or the second one anyway. You must enter, or your wife enters into a lot of stuff, because you were saying that you won all that crap that you was giving away.
Yeah, and that's just a really small portion. Man, we won, God, over 100 events last year, or she
Wow.
did. She's the driving force. It's kind of funny. We got into doing that when I was in real estate the first time, and she ran with it. And man, she's a pro. She just needs to step it up. Yeah, she just needs to step it up. And I told her I want some cars and other stuff.
Real estate, my other passion in life.
Oh, I love it.
Yep. I think I should have been a real estate agent.
You know, there's good ones and there's bad ones. You know, there's ones out there that just want to turn deals and make money. And then there's us who really look out for the people doing these transactions, make sure they don't, you know, they do everything correctly and save as much money as possible. And that's very rewarding. So when you're looking for an agent, let me tell y'all, if they're big and flashy and got this big team, you're not going to get what you think you're going to get.
Yeah, I could see that. My dad was a real estate agent, but he was just private. You know, he had his license or whatever it is. What is it? MLS? He was part of that or whatever. But anyway, he just did one-on-one kind of things.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of different ways to do it. But the best thing about it is, you know, you really set your own schedule.
TR, if you see the picture there of me petting the bear in the Budweiser sweater, That's actually took place just right there in Marietta, Travelers Rest area.
Okay.
Guy had that bear on the back of his truck, and he said, "Go ahead, pet him." And I said, "I don't know if I want to." And that's when they took the picture.
Was he alive?
Oh yeah, yeah. It had a big logging chain on a collar attached to about 8 foot of chain on an eye hook in the bed of the truck. So it couldn't fall out, I suppose, but he was alive.
Why did he have a brown bear?
Yes, it was a brown bear.
Yeah, why did he have a brown bear?
I have no clue. A pet, I believe it was. He seemed pretty tame. This was about 15 years ago. I'm a lot grayer and rounder now.
Wow.
You see a lot of, you don't see a, well, I won't say you see a lot of it, but it's not uncommon to see that kind of thing. I remember years ago, in Travelers Rest, me and when I was still married with my first wife, I was in TR and I went into the store to get something. And I come back and my wife was telling me about and pointed it out. This guy had a deer sitting in the cab of his truck, and you know, she got out and went over and petted the deer. The deer was like a damn dog. This guy had come across this little deer, you know, really young,
Right.
and so he raised it as a pet. And hell, it would jump in the truck with him and ride around with him.
That's wild.
Now that I can see, but I don't even think that deer's gonna bite that guy's head off. Where that bear? Oh, that's another. You didn't tell me about that part of South Carolina, TR.
She's got a lot to hear about South Carolina then, huh?
Yeah. He didn't tell me about the people that are keeping pet bear.
The hell, these people that got bobcats and all kind of stuff. I mean, it's not common, but it's not uncommon to hear about it.
We're a diverse group.
And
Shit.
I'm just a coward. Hi, Midwest.
What's going on? Half my family's from West Virginia. I know for a fact my grandma used to keep a wild raccoon she raised from a baby in her house.
Yeah, no, they've done that in Iowa. Yeah.
Yeah, I rescued a small raccoon from a pack of dogs about 20 years ago. We named it Stretch and kept it for a while, bottle fed it, and then let it go.
Yeah, if you get any kind of wildlife when it's young and raise it, I ain't saying they won't turn on you, but for the most part, they'll probably be a pet. Hell, my sister raised a flying squirrel, and I went over there to visit, and they'd open the cage up and it'd get out and it'd run all over. You know, it would just run around you like you were a tree, and just sit on your shoulder, and it was pretty cool.
Well, folks, I'm going to bow out here. I got some chores to do, but I just thought I'd say hello. I'm glad I was able to finally say hello. Y'all have a good one.
Come back.
You too.
Later, Wade. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, man.
You too. See you.
Bye.
I have no set time on how long I'm going to do this chat. This is a spur of the moment kind of thing.
Well, this might catch some newbies to your channel, TR, because it's at such a
Already
different
got
time.
some
Yeah.
new people out there in the external.
Yeah.
I was actually on another chat, and she was just, you know, like, hey, keep it going. Somebody else open up another chat. So I opened up another chat, and here we are.
Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to shout out a couple of people who have been subscribers to me. Zeus, how you doing, buddy? Oxjaw. Is Pop's Quest still out there? Are you listening? I saw said you were driving. Sandy's Passion, hey. Never been able to say hey to y'all, so it's kind of cool.
Well, you got to come back more often now that you've done it once.
Yeah, baby steps.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, see, Max. On my Sunday and Tuesday night chats, if you ever want to link, I know it's late at night. Most people on the East Coast can't do it, but where are you at, C Max?
I'm next door to you. I'm over in Northeast Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah,
but if you ever want to link, let me know.
You forgot, TR, about that part where he said he sets his own schedule. A late night chat might not be the end of the world for his schedule.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter.
And it's not that late. What time does it's 8:30 my time, 9:30 your time, TR?
That's right now.
No, I mean,
talking about for the chat.
For chats. What time is it your time when you turn them on?
Yeah.
9:30.
9 o'clock, isn't it?
9:30.
9:30. Yeah, that's not too late.
I do 9:30 because with the schedule I work, every chat I do, I work every Sunday, every other Sunday. I work every other Tuesday, and I don't get home until right around 9 o'clock. So I set it up at 9:30, so it gives me a few minutes to get organized and whatever, So I started them off at 9 o'clock, but I only get home like 10 minutes till 9. So it was like a rush to get them going, set it up. So I did 9:30. So even on my days off, it's still 9:30. I try to do it, the same time.
Yeah, I've done, I've watched a lot of them.
Well, TR, if it makes you feel any better, I've kind of pulled a 180 with my opinion on SHOT Show. After a full week of having my sub box just absolutely raped by SHOT Show videos, I've come to a conclusion. I thoroughly do enjoy SHOT Show coverage. But these guys that go to each individual booth and do a 30 to 90 second long video and upload that and do it 30 times a day all week long, that's terribly annoying. I really like the guys that go through the entire day's worth of coverage, visit all their booths, go back to their hotel room, and upload like a 20-minute long video of, hey, here was day 2 or 3 of SHOT Show. Enjoy. Totally, that's awesome. Love sitting down and watching that. And I think it also really shows that a lot of the gun community on YouTube is way behind on how YouTube works. Because with the way the new YouTube algorithm works now, it's not views. You're not better off posting 1 million videos. It goes off minutes watched. So you're actually better off posting a 20-minute long video that people are actually going to watch a good chunk of. So yeah, I've come around. Now I'm like, fuck this whole 1,000 SHOT Show videos throughout the week. Just do your coverage and upload 1 video and let me watch it. I don't need you dropping 600 videos in my sub box a day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Look, here's this really cool new gun that come out, and you do a on it. That's fine. I don't really mind those SHOT Show videos. I'm like, but like Misfit says, traditionally people will throw up 50 fucking videos in 2 days. And it's like, it fills your feed up. And you're like, what the fuck? I don't need to see every little fucking thing that you've seen.
I say there are some really good channels doing the coverage, like Gun Blast, like Mix Flip. They do it really well. They do their day's coverage. They go to their hotel room, get on their laptop, and they edit it all together into like a good 15, 20-minute long video that I can just sit there and flick through and see what I want to see. And it doesn't completely take over my sub box. I can still see my other subscriptions. it's just a much better way of doing it. And like I said, with the way the YouTube algorithm works nowadays, it's actually better for your channel to do it that way. You're gonna get bumped up the search listings better. It's better for your channel in the long run as well. It kind of goes to show that a lot of the gun guys aren't keeping up.
When you guys first started talking about the SHOT Show video a couple of weeks ago, and I finally figured out what you were telling me they were from a trade show, I went, well, that's not going to be a problem in my inbox. I'll be damned if I didn't have somebody sub to me that sent me, I don't know how many videos. I was shocked, but I saw real quick that it's like, I don't know anything about what they're showing me in the first place, and they've showed me too much already.
Yeah, I think Misfit, I don't know if to be honest, I don't know if Misfit's on my Facebook, but I put out a post on Facebook and I was like, get ready, folks. The fucking SHOT Show's on. The videos are starting to pour in.
I couldn't believe that anybody on my list would show up. You know, where is this convention?
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Anyway, I got a kick out of it because if you guys hadn't talked about it on one of TR's chats, I would have had no idea what it was.
And the thing is,
I mean, it's a good thing. I would like to go myself, you know, but
I would love to go.
Like Misfit says, you know, there's so many people that just fucking put out 100 videos about it, and it's like, oh my god, quit fucking posting this shit. You know, I mean, if you got some good stuff, fine, post it, but I don't want to see it. It fills your feed up. It what it does is it waters down. Actually, might want to look at, you know, from somebody else that wasn't at the SHOT Show. You know,
well,
how
you know,
some
of them get out there and they've got the camera and they, you know, ooh, I'm a YouTuber, so pay special attention to me. I'm gonna put you on, you know, on my YouTube channel. So talk to me. I think they kind of gives them some notoriety, so they run around and make all these videos.
Oh, trust me, those product reps out at SHOT Show are used to those assholes at this point. You got to be a pretty big name to get taken seriously out there anymore.
Yeah.
Because the issue is, and like I know this for a fact, because there's a few channels I subscribe to that don't put out any content all year long, and then come SHOT Show, they release 1 million videos. That literally the only reason they keep a YouTube video channel open is so they can get that press badge to go to SHOT Show. And I think that's kind of shitty in my opinion. That you don't do anything all year long, but you just want that press badge to go to SHOT Show. I think that's kind of shady in my opinion.
No, I think it happens on a lot of the trade shows in Vegas.
I just think I don't know. I get it. I like seeing the coverage. I really do. There's a lot of cool shit that comes out of SHOT Show every year, but when it's day 3 and you're putting up a 30-second video on something that literally every other YouTube channel on the internet has already covered 8 times, like, just think twice about it.
Well, I have to admit, I really don't know how all YouTube works, the intricacies and all that. I just know every time it seems like I get on it, it's changed.
Yeah. Isn't that the truth?
even the chats, the toolbox went away where we could put up a banner, you know, with our name on it. They took that away. And if you try to get rid of, if you're not familiar with chats, when trolls pop up and start putting a bunch of really bad horse shit out there, you know, they're being vulgar and stuff like that, and you're trying to get rid of them, you just can't block or remove their comment anymore. I found on the last chat I had, the only way I could get rid of their comment was to report them to YouTube. I can click on the little box and I can report them. That's the only way that comment can get took away.
Wow.
I don't know if you've run into that yet, Deb, or not.
I was under the impression we couldn't do much to them, except now we could, at least the last I knew, we could time them out. And at least every time they came in, you used to be able to block them and get rid of them. Well, now you can't block them. They just make up a new identity and come back. So instead of blocking them, you time them out over and over and over again.
Well,
but Yeah, I don't know about what you're saying, TR. That's a new one.
Yeah, I figured out on the last chat because I had a few trolls coming in. When you click on that little box,
Right.
you see 3 dots, and you click on that box. If you report them, it'll automatically take that comment away.
Okay.
That was the only way I could get rid of the comment.
Well, that's good to know, so that when I'm out there on Tuesday or Sunday night with a wrench, I know what my options are.
Yeah, just report them, and it takes it away. As long as there's something vulgar in their comment, I don't mind. I feel safe as reporting them because I'm almost scared to report people because then it might make me look like a bad guy to YouTube. But as long as they say something vulgar, I can report it. And, it wouldn't be a question of why I reported it.
Okay.
The only thing I don't like about reporting people, it's not that I give a shit about their YouTube channel, because I don't. It's the fact that then I have YouTube mods coming and sniffing around my channel, and as we all know, YouTube's not exactly the most gun-friendly environment these days. That's the only thing I think about.
Well, that's why I say, I don't want to mark somebody and report them unless if they say something vulgar, and not that I'm not vulgar on my chats. I'm just saying that if I report a comment or channel, if there's something vulgar, like if some YouTube moderator or whatever looked at it and said, "Oh yeah, that looked really offensive. I understand why they reported it." It's not going to make me look like I'm just reporting people for the hell of it.
You're right. Right.
Because usually when the only time that I, have a problem with trolls, they're being very vulgar and mean. And it's not hard to see that in their comment. And I don't have a problem with trolls for the most part, but when they do come at me, they come at me hard. And it, like I said, it don't happen often. Every few weeks, all of a sudden, the fucking trolls come out of the damn woods and they attack me like no other. And it's like, don't talk about it on the chat. While you're doing a live chat, don't talk about the trolls. If you're in the comment section, don't even acknowledge that they're there. And after a few minutes, usually they just go away. I'll just keep blocking or reporting or whatever I got to do to get rid of the comment because I don't want anybody else to even see it as best I can. And they'll go away.
Yeah, there's definitely a concept of feeding the trolls. And the more attention you give them, that's like feeding them.
Exactly.
Well, if vulgar means the requirements, how have I not been blocked several times by now?
Oh, because we love you.
Well, y'all, I'm going to have to cut out here. It's been really cool to be able to actually speak for a change. Do want to shout out Mr. Tolley. I really like those leather making videos you got, and I want to see what you did for that pocket pistol holster too. So let me know when that's up. TR, everybody, I sure do appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Y'all have a great day.
Good. All right. See, Max, appreciate you coming on, man. It's good talking to you one-on-one.
Absolutely.
And get to talk to you soon again.
All right. We'll do it again.
Now, this may turn out to be a real coup for you, TR, coming on a Saturday morning like this and getting people that would never catch a 9:30 time.
Yeah, I'm surprised how many people's jumped in here. It's
Yeah, what are all the rest of those people that we know that are sitting out there not coming on? Why aren't they? I heard Sandy was out there, and
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see Matt anytime soon. I guess he wrenched his back up pretty good at work, so he's not going to be doing any sitting in front of the computer for any amount of time.
Oh, he hurt himself? That's not good.
Yep, dinked up his lower back at work.
Wow.
Yeah, this was just a spur of the moment thing. I really didn't figure I'd go more than 15 minutes and stop it.
Oh, no, don't shut it off.
But we got a little bit of audience, so we'll hang around a little bit.
All you guys that have always wanted to come talk to TR and never had a chance, come on in.
Yeah. Let me throw it out there again. Now, this may make me not broad. I may not, if it turns out to be a train wreck, I won't rebroadcast this. I'll fucking eliminate it. But there you go. There's the invite.
That's always the option. Not just don't actually post it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that many of the trolls are up this time of day. So
They've been up all night, damn, trolling other people. So
yeah, exactly. So Misfit, you're awfully quiet. Is that morning? You don't have anything going on yet, or you're not awake yet, or what?
he must have stepped away.
Oh, okay. I didn't even look. Oh,
No,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had muted myself.
Oh, okay. So what's up? Come on. What's new on the market? You always seem to have your finger on the new and latest and greatest.
It's after SHOT Show. There's a whole lot of neat stuff coming out. That Hudson H9 looks kind of neat. It's a 1911 Striker Fire amalgamation. I don't know. There's a lot of neat stuff right now. But I don't know. I haven't had a lot of money to buy new toys.
Well, that's what I was thinking when both you and TR were talking about the thing being in Vegas. It's like I think I know both of you well enough to know that if you had the money to go to Vegas and blow it on a couple of days at a convention, you'd probably take that money to the local gun shop and say forget it.
Yeah, more than likely.
So
any more these days? I mean, why go to SHOT Show? I mean, TR, you see the damn thing 1,000 times over throughout the week on YouTube, right? No. Yeah, I think you're right. If I had the money to actually go to SHOT Show, it probably wouldn't be used to go to SHOT Show.
yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, because you know what it's going to cost you to get to Vegas from where you both live, and then the motel and the food and the who knows how much it costs to get into the convention center.
I think the way you'd have to approach that is you wanted to go to Vegas anyways, and it just happens to be something you can do while you're there.
Right.
You know, I think that's the way you'd have to approach that, is just have a Vegas vacation to begin with and just happen to schedule it during SHOT Show week.
All right. But I'll tell you, I don't know whether it's because we're old or what, but we always end up with such buyer's remorse after dropping $3,000 on a vacation, and it's hard to go for a week and not spend that kind of money. Well, it's cheaper if you drive, but if you're flying someplace for two people and then you have to do a motel or whatever, good luck doing it for much less than $3,000.
I've always been a staycation kind of guy. If I take time off, I like to just kind of stay at home and rest and relax, get stuff done around the house.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess that's where we're at too, because we've gone a couple of times and then ended up with buyer's remorse. It's like what we could have done with that money.
We've always been lucky too, because I have a pretty big family and we're kind of spread across the country. So typically, if we do go somewhere, we have someone we're related to within pretty close shot. We just stay with them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that helps.
I've got aunts and uncles and cousins. I mean, literally as far and wide across this country as you can imagine. So,
yeah, that definitely helps.
Oh yeah, it doesn't hurt. That's for sure. Living. I mean, you know how it is. Hotels are ridiculously expensive anymore.
They are. Well, and I just don't. I don't trust them for being clean either. So I'm just being weird. I'll be quiet. So TR, did you see anything at SHOT Show you liked that you don't have that you might consider buying because of a SHOT Show video?
No, because for the most part, I don't watch any of them. But I did.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there was one video I did click on it because it was a Ruger. I'm kind of a Ruger fanboy.
Yeah.
It was a Ruger 44 special. I watched that one. Other than that, I didn't. I just don't watch them. I mean, as far as guns, they're. If I decide I want a gun, I already know what I want ahead of time, and I'll do research online. I don't need to see it on SHOT Show. Um, I don't know. I have a little bit of a. It's not a problem. It's just not. I'm not looking for the newest
There's
fangled thing on the market. I mean, one of the things I want to buy this year is a 45 long Colt lever action. That's something that was back in the 1800s. It's not a new invention.
Not a new invention. Well, is it the same
Yeah.
thing in the gun community that in everything else where the first year, I mean, if it really truly is brand new technology, is it one of those deals where you kind of sit back and go, maybe I better let somebody else work out the kinks?
yeah, you
If
never. It is very rare that you want to be an early adopter, especially in firearms technology. You like,
I think you kind of talked about that recently. You jumped on something and then regretted it later or something. I don't know. Yeah, I think you might have brought that up. It's not a good idea.
let somebody else be
yeah,
the guinea
yeah,
pig.
let them work the bugs out, and then after a year or two, I might want to buy one.
No, SHOT Show Deb is really neat for like, and I know TR loves guns. He owns more guns than I do, but I'm a gun nerd. Like I can sit and read about guns and talk about guns all day. Like I enjoy keeping up on the new technology, what's coming out and stuff like that. It's just that's what I have fun with. But yeah, I mean, I think TR is more of an old timer. He wants proven technology, things that you know are going to work. You don't have to worry about being the beta tester, which is definitely not what SHOT Show is about. SHOT Show is just neat to keep an eye on what's hot,
Yeah,
what's
I mean,
fresh.
it's cool to see the new
Yeah.
guns out. I mean, I got no problem with that, but yeah, as far as looking at it as look, there's this gun. I need this gun. That's cool. No, I don't do that. The only there's two guns I want to purchase this year in 2017 is another AK-47
Oh,
and
really?
a 45 long Colt lever action. And I don't. SHOT Show has shit to do with
Either
that.
one of those. I
Yeah.
thought you were going to try and get one of the guns that you had as a young person that you got rid of and you've regretted it. Is that the rifle that you named off first? Or
No, no, no. I'm good with the 22 that my parents bought me. I gave to my nephew, and I already got a replacement for that. I got a Ruger 1022, so I'm not
okay,
worried about that.
okay. It could have.
I There was some cool news out of the AK world at a SHOT Show, TR. Arsenal, if you do, Arsenal's bringing in actual fixed stocks, SLR 107s, and they're bringing them down into the $800 area as opposed to being $1,000 rifles. So they're dropping the prices on one of their AK lines. So I think that's pretty cool. Uh, Palmetto State Armory is doing build kits. They're going to be selling barreled receivers for $399, so you can basically build an AK for less than $500 again. So that'll be neat. And PSA of all the American companies is definitely building the best stuff, if that makes sense. In AK, which has been pretty hard in the cutting teeth stage of things, but I think PSA might be starting to get their act together a little bit.
Okay, well, I got you here, Misfit. Century Arms RAS 47.
Of
Shit, I don't even know how you pronounce.
avoid like the plague. Zhukov, Zhukov.
Yeah, that's it. I got an email on that. Okay.
Avoid like the plague.
All right. Good to know.
Uh,
Thank you.
they're built using cast trunnions, which there's anything wrong with cast parts. It's just that of all the parts I would use a cast part for, the front trunnion definitely isn't one of them. Yeah, just avoid them like the plague. Um, if you want an American gun, an American AK, buy yourself a PSA, the Palmetto State Armory. They seem to work pretty well.
Okay. All right. What would you suggest is an AK to seek after in a budget minded? Don't get me wrong. I mean, if I was going to buy an AK I know this is a loaded question, but for the least amount of money, but get the best AK I can get. I don't care what price range it is, but tell me what to buy.
The two options on the market I tell you to go after right now. One of them I'd probably tell you to just look at the tried and true Wasser, because they're not pretty, they just work. You're never going to be able to brag about it. No one's ever going to be impressed by it at the range, but it will never stop working. If you want a slightly higher end right now, I'd tell you to get that new Arsenal coming into the country at $849. Because it's an Arsenal.
Arsenal.
Yeah, it's a little higher end. Once again, Arsenal doesn't do anything magical. They don't do anything necessarily better per se, but you're getting good high end military spec parts. They're good for the. There's nothing wrong with them. Good guns, and a little more. There's something you can brag about too. But you're talking about Wasser probably about $600 something now. The Arsenal they're sitting at about $850, $860 right now for the fixed stock version.
Well, I mean, if you're willing to spend $500 or $600, what's another couple $100? I mean, I don't mind spending $850 on a good gun. I don't want to buy a $500 gun that's a piece of shit. I'd rather spend $800 and buy a good gun.
Yeah, and I will say this: I own a Wasser. I own a Wasser. I love the damn thing. I mean, I've put thousands upon thousands of rounds through it. You'll never brag about it. No one's ever going to be impressed by it. The damn things just run. They got a cold hammer forged barrel on them. They're chrome lined. They're good guns. If you want something a little fancier, a little more modern with a 90-degree gas block, the Arsenal. But it's just kind of what you want. I think you'd be happy with the Wasser, honestly. I don't think you'd have any qualms with the Wasser whatsoever. But a little fancier, go for the Arsenal.
As long as the damn freaking Tapco mag or whatever mag fits in it and the sumbitch goes bang every time I pull the trigger, that's all I want. I don't care how much money I got to spend on it. I just want a reliable gun. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what people think about it. If the son of a bitch goes bang, that's a good gun. That's all I want.
And that makes sense too.
Yeah, and you will get that from either of those rifles. It just comes down to, are you willing to spend the extra couple $100 just for a little more chest puffing ability, some more modern finishes, a couple more modern touches like 90-degree gas blocks and things like that. But overall, you're going to get the same results out of either of them. And
I don't think anybody would. I don't give a shit what you're buying. I don't care what it is. I'll spend an extra few dollars to make sure whatever product I'm buying works. I want the working product. I don't want the one, well, this is a little cheaper, but it might, not work all the time.
Yeah,
When it comes to a gun, I want that son of a bitch to work every time.
see, now in the AK world, because I wouldn't steer you towards a gun like that. That's because I know you want a gun that works. So I wouldn't steer you towards something that I have like, well, you save a little money, but look out. I wouldn't steer. In the AK world, that is your like RAS 47. That's your IOA. That's what the people. Well, it was $500. Okay, it's all well and good, but There's a lot of horror stories out there.
Yeah. And that's what we do as YouTubers. You know, I want to tell, I don't want to, you know, tell people, hey, look, for $500, I got this. It may jam on you every once in a while, or this person had a problem with it. I want the one that is the most reliable. I don't care what it costs. You know, I mean,
Well-
it's good to share a good deal with somebody, but if the damn thing is a hit or miss,
Yeah,
I don't want to talk about it.
I agree completely. Like, and you know me, I've pushed a lot of years, but the difference is the cheap guns I push, they're not shit. They just happen to be of a value price set.
So do
And
you
that's
work?
that's
Do you work in the gun market somehow?
brr,
Okay, never
not
mind.
really.
I get it.
Not really.
Okay, I won't say any. I should have said if you can say or if you can answer this before I ask. I'm sorry. Stick
It's just,
in my nose in too far.
that is the beauty of YouTube, TR. You are 100% correct. Is the days of, you know, when Guns and Ammo and Shotgun News were the two big dogs on the streets, and manufacturers could literally pay them for nice reviews, you know, good words, lots of coverage. While that still happens, no one takes those publications seriously anymore.
Yeah.
Have you ever read a Guns and Ammo review in the past 5 years and been like, oh, I bet that really is a great gun because Guns and Ammo said so? You know, because you know it's bullshit. That's what's great about YouTube.
I
Shit
remember
products. Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
I was just going to say, I remember years ago, back in the 90s, making 1911s. Of course, they can't import them now because they're from China. But every fucking article I read, they talked about how great they were. And they may be. But in that same fucking magazine, there was at least 3 pages of Norinco fucking ads. It is like, what can I trust what they say? Because they're fucking advertising the shit out of these guns. They may be awesome. They may be. But when you're flipping through reading the article on how great this Norinco 1911 is, and the next page is a full page ad on Norinco 1911s, it's like, do I trust them? They're being paid. They gave him a gun. If you gave me a gun, it'd have to be a total piece of shit for me to, you know, if you're paying me, how can I say this gun is bad? But as a YouTuber, I can take a gun out there. They're not paying me. They didn't give me the fucking gun. They're not endorsing me or anything. I go out there and say, oh, this is a piece of shit. You know?
Well,
Now,
and you
don't
can
be fooled.
demonstrate it for the world.
Don't be fooled. There are big gun channels that are getting sponsorships and stuff like that that are shilling for manufacturers. That does happen, but you got to be a big channel for that to for happen. But that's the beauty of YouTube. There are so many damn channels that are putting gun reviews out there. Crap products get vetted quickly. You release a crap gun now, it can destroy your business. I mean, you get a few videos out there about, you know, your gun's breaking down early on. Good luck to you. You got to put your money into R&D and testing now, because you get a few bad samples out to the right YouTube channels, your company's over. They're just not going to sell.
Right.
You know, I think it's a good thing. I mean, I know it's probably hard on companies, but you should put that money into R&D and testing to begin with.
Well, I know.
Don't let us be the guinea pigs.
I know my hubby got into the magazines to begin with, and then he was smart enough to compare what he read to what he found on the internet. He quit buying the magazines big time because he'd find YouTube videos or articles that would dispute the magazine articles he read. So he learned real quick that you can't just believe everything you read in a gun magazine.
Yeah, I told a guy he's looking for a gun here lately, and he I'm not going to name the guns, but anyhow, he threw out a few names. He was trying to do it really cheap. And I was like, look, you need to look at go to YouTube, any gun you're looking at, go find reviews on it. And he actually popped up a couple of big names on YouTube. Like I said, I'm not going to name them. And I was like, look, don't look at those guys that have big channels. I mean, I don't mean this in disrespect, but I do at the same time I do. I said, they're being paid to review those guns. They're given those guns. What you need to find is people like me, small channels. Because if I shoot a gun and it's a Jam-O-Matic, it don't do nothing but fucking malfunction, I'm going to tell you this is a piece of shit because either it's my friend's gun or I bought the gun. The manufacturer didn't give me this gun. They didn't pay me to do this review. I'm doing this for you, you know. And if I buy a gun and it's a piece of shit, I'm going to tell you it's a piece of shit. If you go to a channel that's got 200,000 or 300,000 subscribers or 1 million subscribers, they're being paid to review that gun, and they're probably their opinion of it is skewed because they're being paid to do. Go to the little channel, find a guy that's got 200 subs, and he's reviewing a fucking High Point or a Ruger or whatever it is. Trust his opinion over the big channels.
I'll tell you right now, even if you take the money aspect out of it, even if they're not getting paid as a larger gun channel, think about it. You've developed a relationship with some of these companies to the point where they're willing to send you T&Es of basically any of their new product. What good does it do you as a business? Because that's essentially what larger YouTube channel is. It's a business. I mean, you're making good money. You get enough views. You're making decent money off of it. You're not gonna get rich doing it, but what benefit do you have by going out there and slamming this company and ending your relationship and your ability to get product that feeds your YouTube channel? Because if you're not getting the new cool stuff, you're not going to get the views like you are. So they have no benefit in getting these guns off companies, and if they don't work, going out and slamming them. There's no benefit for it for them. Whereas someone like me or TR, if we go out and drop $400 or $500 on a pistol, and the damn thing don't work, you're going to hear about it.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be pissed.
You drop your own hard-earned money, and you're going to talk loud real quick.
Exactly. So, and like I said, I don't want to bash these larger channels because they do a lot for the community. It's a good way. They keep awareness up. Like, for instance, if I sign a repeal, if I share a link for like a repeal the NFA thing, I'm going to get 15 or 20 people maybe to go sign it. If they do it, they can get 1 million people to go sign the damn thing. So there is a place for them. I appreciate their existence, if that makes sense. But at the same time, you have to be careful with what you take as fact and what you just go into things understanding what the situation is and base your opinion accordingly.
I didn't have any idea the big the gun companies would actually give them stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, a lot of they're called T&E guns, and what it is they'll have most manufacturers will produce a run of guns, and when they're like a new product, they'll send them out to magazines, guys who do blogs, larger YouTube channels, and stuff like that, and they're allowed to shoot the guns on video, and then a lot of times they're given the option to buy them, or they have to send them back to the manufacturer.
Okay.
And that's pretty much how that works. They're called T&E guns. It's a very common practice. And that's just not in the gun industry. That's in a lot of industries. Like the automotive industry does the same thing. It's not an unusual practice.
Yeah. And when and it's good to, and you're absolutely right. They are great for the gun community. I'm talking about gun channels. It's cool that they're out there. They do a lot of good, but when it comes to gun reviews, that would be the last place I go to look. I want to see the guy that's got 250 subs that's reviewing a gun, because they didn't send him that gun. He either borrowed it or he bought it and he had problems with it, and he'll tell you, look, this son of a bitch is a piece of shit. That's the guy I want to see. Or he could be the guy that's got 250 subs and said, man, this thing's running like a damn sewing machine. I trust his opinion over the guy with 1 million subs or 200,000 subs. You know.
Well, I know that everybody I've met around here, I'd trust you guys before I would trust anybody I don't know, because I've met such a bunch of users. You actually buy the guns and then you shoot the guns. You don't just put them in a showcase or whatever. And so I know if one of you guys say that there's something really desirable about a specific weapon, I can be pretty assured that hubby and I would have the same kind of experience.
So what's your friend looking for, TR? Looking to buy a couple pistols? Something like that?
This year, my plan is like I said, I'm buying a lever action 45 long Colt and maybe another AK-47.
You said you had a buddy looking to buy a couple guns pretty cheap. What's he trying to get himself into?
He was looking at what was it, the Diamond?
Oh, a Diamondback, the DB9s or whatever.
Yeah, the Diamondback, and I was like, look, I've seen people have those and they didn't work. But he watched. I'm not even gonna say the name. I don't want to down anybody, but he watched somebody else's video that was a big YouTube channel. There's a big YouTube gun channel, and this thing worked flawless for him. And I was like, look, I've actually talked to people on chats that have one, and the damn thing didn't work worth of shit. And I'm telling you, look at small channels. If you want to find a gun on cheap, look at the small channels that reviewed these. Don't look at the guy that had 1 million fucking subs, and that's where I get that from, because like I said, I am not going to say the name, but it was a name that I know the guy gets paid to do reviews, and he did a really good review for the gun. But other people I've talked to that actually shot one, it was a hit or miss, you know.
Well, think of it this way too. You think for a hot second, because I would do it too if I was a manufacturer. When you make a couple of your T&E guns to set out, you think for 2 seconds they don't go over those things with fine-tooth combs and make sure it's the best example of pistols they've ever put out of their factories?
Yeah.
You're kidding yourself. They have their best gunsmiths go over those things probably 10 times before they ship them out. Because I'll tell you what, I would. That's what I would do if I was a manufacturer.
Hey, we do it in what I do. I'm in plastics. And when they send shots out, I mean, you know, hand pick out, oh, look, this is what we can do. It's not a random, you know, shot of material. They'll like pick out the best parts. And I'm like, y'all screwing up because we can't reproduce that. You know, yeah, this one's perfect. This one's perfect. This one's perfect. Yeah, that one's got a little bit of flash on it. That one's got a little, you know, okay, throw that in the way. This is what we can do for you. And it's a lie. And you're absolutely right, Misfit. I guarantee you that when they send those guns out to the big channels to review, they'll pick out one and handcraft it and maybe hone it and whatever they got to do to make it a good gun. But that's not what they're selling.
Wow.
I mean, that's just business. I mean, like I said, if I owned a manufacturing company, I'd probably do the same thing. Because I guarantee everybody does it. It just makes sense to put your best foot forward. But at the same time, as a consumer, you have to understand that. You know?
Is there a consumer report for guns like there are for, you know, freezers and air conditioners?
Yeah, it's called YouTube.
Good one. Good one.
That's what I was thinking too.
Good answer.
But yeah, I mean, it's it is what it is, and it's not just like I said, it's not just the gun industry. It's every industry. The trick is just being an informed consumer. I think that's the real. Just understand that everyone's got an angle, and try and get as much information from both sides as possible, and form your opinion somewhere in the middle. Because that's probably about where the truth is.
Yeah, I agree with that. But that's why I say if you're looking to buy something, when you do a search on YouTube, trust the smaller channels before you trust the bigger channels. The smaller channels are going to give you a better, honest review of whatever it is. I don't care if it's a damn toothbrush. You know, trust the smaller channels before you trust a bigger channel. Indiana Patriot. Yes, I do have a Mossberg 22.
I tell you what, this is probably not news to you, TR. You got to tell your buddy if he really only wants to spend $200 and something on a pistol, he needs to be looking at used stuff. He ain't going to find nothing. Well, there's a couple exceptions, but 99% of the stuff for $250, you're not going to get anything new that's worth a damn. Tell him to look at like Milsurp and used revolvers and stuff like that. He'd probably have better luck that way.
Yeah, what I told him to look at it was, police trade-in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just like I got my Glock, $350.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to do any better than that.
Yeah, I've heard you guys talk about police trade-ins all the time, so yeah, that sounds like a way to go for sure.
I mean, heck, Southern Ohio Gun right now has got beautiful old Model 64 revolvers, old police turning 38 specials, double act, built like tanks. Will last your lifetime, like $280. Say it's not a crazy fancy gun, not in some big huge caliber, but get the job done. And I'd rather give somebody one of those than I would a freaking Diamondback any day of the week.
Yeah, I hadn't. Yeah, I mean, even the firearm guy, he did a review on a Diamondback, and he was honest about it. He's like, "Look, nah, it don't work." Back in my day, back before the internet, when I was just reading magazines for my information on guns, all the big gun writers, they were like, if it don't digest 500 rounds of ammo without a malfunction, don't carry it as a self-defense weapon. That was just the standard. And I kind of got that same feeling. I mean, if it can't digest 500 rounds of ammo without a malfunction, okay, I need to do something else. Even if it means carrying a revolver. I don't want a jam-o-matic gun. I don't want a gun that, every 50 rounds it jams. That's not good enough. It's got to fucking work every time I pull the trigger. Even if I have to shoot Full Metal Jacket, fine. If it'll do 500 rounds of Full Metal Jacket without jamming, well, carry it with Full Metal Jacket. Whatever.
Just say, if you're going to carry Full Metal Jacket, just make sure you're aware of what's behind your target. That's about it. No, if you're looking to really stand to that $300 mark, just avoid the new market altogether. And like TR said, police turn-ins, used revolvers, you can find some good deals out there sub $300 for guns that will run and last you a lifetime. You just got to know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, you can get into some beautiful old Makarovs for less than $300 anymore. You want to talk about a gun that's built like a tank and will last a lifetime. There you go.
What'd you call it?
A Makarov. It's a
I haven't heard you say that.
It's the old Russian service weapon.
Okay.
They get imported into this country in mass. They shoot 9x18 Makarov, which is akin to it's almost like 380 plus P, if that makes sense.
380s, yeah, I know 380s.
And then it's a little more powerful than 380, and it's less powerful than 9mm. But what's nice is you can get the ammo pretty cheap, steel case, just plinking ammo. Like Hornady do make modern self-defense loads for it to this day. So once again, you can get into a cheap gun that's actually, it's heavy, but it's of a size that you could carry it, and it'll last you forever. I mean, I do mean it'll last forever. Those things are built like tanks. And, you know, you don't spend a lot of money.
Right.
Just look in the used market, look in the surplus market. When you want to spend that magical, like, I don't want to spend a lot of money, you're way better off going that route than buying a DB9.
Well, guns are a lot different than say buying TVs or computers and shit like that. Guns are like the shit that's been working for 100 years or 50 years still work today. So you go that route. Now, if it's a TV or a computer or something like that, yeah, you want the latest and greatest. But when it comes to guns, you want the tried, proven, this shit just fucking works. This will work. You know it works. That's the better way to go than the latest and greatest.
Well, that's what I was going to ask when you guys were talking about SHOT Show too. How much is there to really make a gun different than what is? I mean, that's already out there in one way or another. I mean, I'm talking really technology different.
In all honesty, Deb, there hasn't been probably a huge change in firearms technology. Now, there's little tweaks here and there, and we'll do this just ever so slightly different.
Sure.
In probably 70 years, I'd say.
That's what
We've hit a pretty steady plateau in firearm technology that we haven't really gotten over. And I think for us to really get over that, it's going to take a change in ammunition.
Oh.
Essentially.
Okay.
Technology to really take another jump. But there are always companies. Every SHOT Show you have one or two, and they're typically smaller companies, and very few of them really get outside of the concept stage, that do try and push boundaries and, you know, change the way that we do things, like where we put recoil assemblies or just things. And things do happen, but it's typically smaller companies, and even then, a lot of those companies don't make it past that, you know, beta testing stage. And
well, yeah, I agree, Misfit. Exactly. Just like me talking about wanting a AK-47. For anybody that don't know out there, I'm sure everybody does know, the 47 was the year that they came out with it, 1947, and people are still clamoring to buy them. A gun that was developed in 1947.
well, hell, the AR-15, our modern, you know, modern plastic gun that we still use to this day. The 50s. It was designed in the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by plastic? What do you mean when you say plastic?
Well, that's the whole
1911 was developed it was patented in 1911. That's where it got its name. That's the only reason it's called a 1911, because that was the fucking year it come out.
Sorry, did you say, what do I mean when I say plastic? When the AR-15 first came out, because it had like polymer handguards and a polymer buttstock, the soldiers used to joke. The soldiers would all joke about. They call it like the Mattel gun, or the plastic fantastic, stuff like that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, that was probably the first gun that had a lot of plastic on it.
Wow. See, that's what I kind of have picked up from you guys, that some of this stuff is, you know, just like the AK-47. I mean, it's like no one can really produce it and make it all that much better than it was in 1950.
Oh, the Russians did. It's called the AK-74, but it was really just changed the caliber.
Oh, okay.
But honestly, and I'm a guy that owns 47s, 74s are a little better. It's just that it's easier to get parts for 47s, magazines for 47s. Owning a 74 is a financial investment just due to the parts and the magazines. So most of us stick to 47s, but the 74 honestly is a better gun overall.
Oh, okay.
But once again, that was 1974. That was, over 40 years ago.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you hit on something that works, it just works. Like the wheel. Try to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
You just can't do it.
Yep.
Nope, you sure can't.
When the nations figured out that intermediate cartridges fed by a box magazine and a couple different ways of things that work direct gas impingement or short stroke gas piston, long stroke gas piston, we haven't moved very far from that since then. There's about 3 pretty common ways of making a rifle work that we've pretty much stuck to.
Yeah, until we come out with ray guns like Star Trek,
Oh, there you go. There you go.
we're gonna still be carrying around AR-15s and AK-47s. Until that happens, what works works.
That was cute. Until I can get my Star Trek gun, I got to get these things with bullets in it. I like that.
All right, just to address something Hick is saying out in the chat real fast. I've got my chat on the phone here, and it's hard to read sometimes. Let me reload that. All right. Most AK-47s are actually AKMs. That's 100% true. AKM-47 is the technical designation for a stamped receiver AK, and AK-47 refers to the milled version. AKs have selector switches. Well, yeah. I'm not. Okay, I might have been reading that wrong. I thought he was throwing something out there. Anything you buy without a tax stamp is an AKM. Not necessarily true. You can buy AK-47s here in the States. They're just milled. I've seen guys that own Type 1s and Type 3s personally. Okay, I apologize. I think I misread what he was saying initially. I thought he was trying to say that anything with a selector switch is automatically an AKM, and I think I misread what he was saying. I apologize. I was about to drop the information on Ranting Hick like no, and I think I just misread what he said.
Yeah, you would pick up on an arrow, that's for sure. You are quite the versed guy when it comes to guns.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people. Oh, that's not really a true AK because of this or that, and I'm like, look, dude, it just like an AR-15. I mean, I don't care who makes it; it's still an AR-15. AK-47. Okay, technically, it may not be an AK-47 because it don't go full auto, but it's still an AK-47 in my mind and everybody else's mind. Just because it's semi-auto doesn't, in my mind, doesn't make it not a AK-47.
Yeah, and that's not what you have. Is you have these asshole. It pretty much is like it's just if you want to be an asshole and just try and make it sound like you're smarter, you could. But what it is you have a lot of assholes that they'll say, "Oh, if it doesn't have a milled receiver, you can't call it an AK-47. That's an AKM." It's like, dude, okay, like you're technically correct, but who gives a shit? You know what I mean? It's one of those. It's one of those arguments that guys are like, I'll sound smarter than you. Well, you don't have an AK-47. You have an AKM. Well, no shit, but it's just what we call it.
Yeah, that's a bullshit argument, and we don't have to go there.
It's like, yes, you're technically correct, but fuck you.
Ooh.
That's how you have to handle that argument.
Yeah.
I'm not going on Ranting Heck. Like I said, that's not what he was saying. I misread what he said.
Yeah. We're not picking on you, Hick. Don't get me wrong. We're just talking about the interwebs or internet, how people try to get all technical on you. I've handled actual AK-47s that go full auto. I've handled M16s. I carried an M16 when I was in the Navy. But when I pick up AR-15, I don't give a shit who makes it. The the M16 I carried in Desert Storm was made by Singer. No.
Singer sewing machines?
Yeah, Singer. I seen those Singer sewing machines made AR-15s.
That would be actually really fucking sweet because my mom, like, oh, we got some angry dogs.
Sorry, I'm trying to mute.
So my mom, like, all grown up, she had an old Singer sewing machine sitting in the house. That'd be actually really sweet to own an AR-15 made by Singer sewing machine.
Yeah, those are rare. It wasn't Singer, it was GM Motors, Hydromatic division or some shit like that. Their automatic transmission division. That's who made the AR-15 that I carried in Desert Storm.
That would be sweet. I would love to get like weird little, hen's teeth AR-15s like that. Screw a Colt. Give me one made by GM. That would be awesome.
Yeah. I'd never seen one that said Colt on it. There was Singer, Hydromatic. There were other companies that made them. I mean, yeah, it's just surprising who made guns that the military carried.
Well, everyone goes crazy about that whole term mil spec, when really all it stands for is lowest bidder.
I never knew that the U.S. military bought from, companies like that. I would have expected it to say some big name.
No.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they contract all sorts of people. There's a little machine shop. I live right on the, right behind my neighborhood is like a little industrial area. And there's a machine shop, probably a block from me, that all they do is they make parts for the M249s. That's all they do. They just make like feed trays and little like steel pieces for the military light machine guns. I mean, you'd be amazed where some of this crap comes from. It takes a lot of people to produce enough guns and spare parts and ammo, and you got to think. I mean, that's a lot of work that goes into making all that crap from a lot of different shops across this country. The guy that owns the shop is really cool. He posts on Facebook sometimes because he's an FFL-07 S.H.T.F, so he can build whatever the fuck he wants to, pretty much. Like, he gets a hair up his ass, is like, I want a full auto, whatever the fuck, he can build it. Like, he's allowed to. He's got the right paperwork. So he has I forget exactly, it's an old HK rifle. He's got a fully automatic HK and 308 as his quote-unquote shop defense rifle. And he's got like a fucking 10-inch barrel on the thing. It's got to be more of a flamethrower than anything at this point.
Oh, I like that. Flamethrower instead of a real rifle.
There's so much unburnt powder at that point, at the end of the 10-inch barrel on a 308. It's just got to be just a huge fireball. It's got to be ridiculous.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, if you guys don't want to talk about this political stuff, just tell me, and I'll just drop it. But you know how I'm gonna ask, and then if you don't want to talk about it, you just tell me. You know how you guys have taught me over the year or so that I've been hanging out with you, that every time there's even a hint of something conciliatory by the gun ownership or by the gun owning community, then let's say, for general argument's sakes, the Democrats want to take 8 miles. I'm just curious, with Trump being in office, I know that during the campaign and during the process, there was this assurity that nothing would change. But now that Trump is in office, do you think there's any changes that might be made? And if so, is there any part that gun people could see their way clear of agreeing to? Or, that's enough. I gave you kind of the drift of what I'm asking.
Well, I don't think we have to worry about anything being restricted for the next 4 years. Trump has definitely stated his policy, his opinion on gun ownership, and I don't see any restrictive gun policies on a federal level going through the next 4 years. There may be some gun related issues that get opened up because there's been talk about suppressors and
Yeah.
short barrel stuff actually being passed in favor of gun owners. But far as any gun restrictions, there's nothing going to be passed on that on a federal level.
Okay.
No.
I was just curious because, you know, people are kind of talking about some of the stuff that's going on in the first week, and none of it was gun related. But
Yeah.
just all the stuff that happened, or, you know, they're saying that he's moving so fast. And I don't see a necessary problem with that, but I'm just curious that if things were to change, if there's any place that the gun, you know, the gun community could say, okay, we can give you that 1 inch. You know, just curious.
Yeah, I don't think, definitely in the next 2 years, 100% that we have to worry about anything as far as further restrictions go.
Okay.
We have 2 years to go on the offensive before we have to worry about the House and the Senate.
The off-season election.
Yeah. So this is the offensive time. This is when you work on the Hearing Protection Act. This is when you work on, you know, the whole repeal the NFA thing is going around. I think that is a great idea. I think it's a stretch. I don't see that going. You're better off to go at things like the Hughes Amendment, in my opinion, as opposed to just like going for the NFA. Well, I get it. It's a big target. Like, it's better to whittle away at things. The Hearing Protection Act has got really good, it seems like it's got pretty good traction. You've got national reciprocity being worked on. The only thing that I think would be a dream for me is if we just get national constitutional carry.
Right.
I think that's the ultimate goal for me, is just constitutional carry across the board.
Right.
Which I don't think is necessarily out of reach. It just takes the right court opinion. That's all it really is to it. But yeah, as far as more restrictions going, as far as gun ownership goes, I don't think we have to worry about it. We do need to be careful, you know, make sure that we actually read the bills. We just don't look at the titles of them and if, oh, they look gun friendly, they must be awesome. Make sure you actually read the bills, keep an eye and make sure the crap's not getting stapled onto the end of it. That is not actually good in the long run. Just because you've got your team in the office necessarily don't.
Yeah.
Don't just assume everything's. Sorry, go ahead. Just don't assume everything is in your interest and just still hold everyone accountable.
Yeah, believe it or not, Republicans have took away more gun rights than Democrats.
Oh, really?
Fact.
Oh, now I did not know that.
So, just because Trump's in office and the House has the House and the Senate has the Republican majority, be careful. George Bush Sr. took away more gun rights than any Democrat.
Well, see, that's kind of what I was asking. Is if, you know, when you say if you give an inch, the Dems want to take a mile kind of mentality. But that's what I was kind of asking is, since we have Trump in office, and we could trust maybe that they wouldn't take the mile, that they might take the inch. It's like, is there anything really in the inch that you could think that you could compromise? See, I don't know gun laws well enough to know this kind of stuff.
And when I say gun rights, I probably misstated that. Bush Sr. took away more guns that we could buy. You know, he did a gun ban on some stuff. Clinton did. I in a way, I say Clinton probably did more with the Brady bill.
Yeah, I remember that.
when we can't buy guns from China anymore. So yeah, that may be a bigger deal than what Bush did. But just because Republicans are in power don't mean they won't take away gun rights, because they have in the past. Romney took away more gun rights in his state than Obama ever did for the whole fucking country.
Wow.
That's why I didn't vote for Romney or Obama in that election.
Yeah, and that's why I've told people the whole national reciprocity thing is like, I'm for it, as long as it's still the states that get to hand out the licenses. The second they start talking about concealed carry via a federal agency, I'm out. No fucking thank you. No.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% on that. I don't want to. It would be if they pass a law saying, "Hey, look, if my license in South Carolina is good in fucking New York, cool. I'm all for that." But as soon as it becomes a national registry, that okay, yeah, this license is good in all states. All you have to do is it becomes a federal thing. No, I don't want it. Keep it. I don't want it.
Yep, the second you give the federal government control of who does and does not get concealed carry license, that's all well and good when you've got the president you like in office. But the second you don't, you know what happens. You and I both know what happens.
Yeah.
It's you just have to be so careful. Like, even quote unquote what people assume to be like, oh, that's pro-gun legislation. Read that shit, because they can backdoor some fucked up stuff on you. So just.
Well, I've been dying to ask you guys that question because, when you get Republican, I didn't know the Republicans were more on gun control. But when you get control of a Republican House, Senate, and presidency, it's like, if you're going to give an inch, it would seem like this might be the time to set up really strong legislation that only gives an inch. But if I don't know what you would give an inch on.
Never.
I disagree. I think we're coming into. I'm sorry, TR.
Go ahead, Miss It.
No, we're coming into a time when we're probably going to be able to get 2 pro-gun leaning justices in the Supreme Court.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we for sure have one being named, and more than likely in the next couple years, we're going to have another.
Right.
So, if anything, this is when we try and rip legislation off the books and get Supreme Court opinions saying that the Second Amendment is the only legislation.
Okay.
Like, I know that's, once again, it's a reach, but this is not when we give an inch. This is when we take inches back and say, fuck you.
Okay.
Like, this is when we get legislation ripped off books, in my opinion. This is what we would be pushing for right now, is not.
My whole premise is kind of screwed up, because this isn't the time to hope that a Republican would write a good give an inch bill. It's a chance to get, like you just said, more ground covered that potentially would not get covered under a Democratic control in any way, shape, or form. Okay. I'm glad I asked.
If we can get Supreme Court opinions in our favor, like, that's the end-all be-all. Like, for the most part, there is no more argument after that. You know what I mean?
Right. I truly do believe that one of the things that keep the people in this country safe, and yet most of them probably don't understand it as such, but you guys have educated me on it, and that is the fact that so many households are armed.
Oh, TR abandoned ship. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not comfortable with the whole, well, we give them a few things, that way they don't come in and try and take everything later. No, that's not how you negotiate.
I'm really glad I like I said, I've been wanting to talk about it with some of you guys that are so into it for probably the last 6 months, and I've just never been in the right place at the right time. But with the fact that Trump, I mean, I suppose, anyway, the point is that I understand what you're saying, that my premise on give an inch now so that the Republicans can write good legislation on giving that inch is not the direction to go at all. And I get it now.
Sorry, I'm scrolling out the comments right now.
I can't see the side chat. I'm on my phone. I don't know how you do both. I thought you said you were on your phone.
I'm on a tablet and I have my phone out, and that's from.
You do one on one and one on the other. Okay. Got it.
Yep. Yeah, I actually had to go. My old Galaxy stopped working last week, so I had to go buy a new one and get that all set up. That was exciting.
Yeah, I hate it.
Well, I was still rocking an old S3, so.
Hey, you know what? It's kind of like when they don't break and when they're running and working and you've got all your info stored in them. I don't need the latest and greatest as long as the one I got's working just fine.
No, I still didn't buy the latest and greatest. I upgraded just to a 5 just because I could get it affordably.
Yeah.
I have a plan where I pay very little for my service. I get great service. It's just that I have to buy my phones outright. I don't get any assistance or.
But you get month-to-month price, yeah.
Yeah, so I just buy my phones outright, and it saves me money in the long run.
All right.
Well, welcome back, PR.
Let me do a rant right quick.
Go for it.
Good.
All right. I just seen a few questions out there. I don't think Trump is a savior of our country.
Oh, sorry. I started this. Sorry.
No, it wasn't nothing what you said.
And then that set the side chat on fire.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I don't think Trump is a savior of our country, but I think he can head us in the right direction. No matter what, the problem with Obama and even Bush was they went along with what he said, and I think they headed our country in the wrong direction. I think the fact that he won, woke up even that look, this is what the people want, because Hillary was running a campaign and everybody said, media, government, everybody, like, yeah, she's a sure thing. And the American people woke up and said, no, this is not what we want. We want to go here. And I think he can put us in the right direction. Will he make all the right decisions? No. Will he put us in the right direction? I think he will. And I'm not going to agree with everything he does, but everything he's done so far, I agree with. He may do some shit in the next 4 years I don't agree with, and you would be a fucking suck up if you just believed in everything. Hell, even us on this chat, the people I chat with, we don't always agree on everything, but we have a general direction that we believe in. We have disagreements, but we will always agree in a general direction we go in. And I think Trump is going to do that. I didn't even pull for Trump from the get-go, but in the end, I didn't have a fucking choice, and I did like a lot of shit he said. I mean, it was either Hillary or Trump, and I went with Trump.
Oh, and I'm in the same boat, TR.
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't voted for a Republican since the first, when George Bush Jr. ran for office. That's it. That was the last time I voted for a fucking Republican. I voted Libertarian or Independent or whatever until this past election was the second time, or not second time, but the first time I voted Republican since George Bush Jr.
Right.
first election, because even on his second, I didn't vote for George Bush Jr. You know, I want change. I want shit to go the right fucking direction.
Right.
And I think Trump's going to head us that right direction. Hillary would have headed us for the fucking, I mean, what the fuck? So I'm going to stand behind Trump. I'm going to, support what he does. He may make some wrong decisions, but I think he's still going to head us in the right direction. And that's my little rant.
Well, and I agree with you. Let's wait until he really does something to get upset about before you throw him out the window with the baby. The bathwater out the window with the baby kind of thing. He's only been in office a week. How? Come on.
Not even a week.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess a week.
I
Yeah, I guess a week.
Anyway, the point is that we all think we knew what. I mean, for 100,000 reasons, we all think we knew that a Clinton presidency was going to take us in a bad direction to go along with the bad direction we were already going in. And so, for hundreds and hundreds of reasons, people decided to vote for Trump. And I don't think we can get up in arms until we see what really happens. Because somebody needed to be woke up. People were definitely not happy with the direction the country was going. So,
well, the direction the country is going is, that's what we see in all these riots in the streets and these bullshit marches and stuff going on. Is like, oh, we need to, cower down and do it. No, we need to, I don't care if you're a woman, man, transgender, or whatever, you need to man up and take responsibility for what the fuck we do as a country. Whether it's in our own country or overseas. We got to take responsibility for the shit that we're spilling out. And, I don't know. I probably got off tangent on that, but
well, if he addresses foreign policy in a more positive manner, I think that's going to help a great deal, because people are really upset, I think, overall, about the direction our foreign policy has been going.
absolutely. Hell, I'm a veteran. I'm telling you, get out, quit causing fucking chaos in the fucking Middle East. Get the fuck out. Look at Libya.
Mm.
Libya was actually a fairly thriving country until we come over there and fucking destroyed it. Of course they want to kill us. Of course they hate us.
Right.
We destroyed their country.
Well, and I just watched a YouTube video that just went up by one of the news channels, and now it's Yemen.
Yeah, exactly.
So now we're supposed to, and yet they were listing all of the armory that is being used in that war, or that the destruction right now. It has come from Britain. And of course, Tony Blair, is he still the prime minister? Hell, I can't keep up with Britain. Anyway, he's trying to say it's all according to Hoyle about their rules of selling armory to the legitimate government of Yemen. Well, don't drag the United States into this one, guys.
Yeah, Yemen's another one. We're supporting that war, giving arms to Saudi Arabia, who's attacking Yemen. We need to pull out of the Middle East, period.
I think that's the way to go. I mean, unfortunately, yes, we've made a mess over there, but I just don't think we can continue to bankrupt the country to try, and we're not really trying to fix it. We're just going from one hotbed to another.
The whole deal with Syria. The entire Syria wants their own country. We are providing arms and destroying fucking Syria. We are funding ISIS to destroy Syria because we don't want Assad in power. Who gives a shit? Get the fuck out. Let them do their own thing.
They'd be throwing rocks at each other if the big world powers would quit selling them weaponry.
Yeah.
You know,
The moderate rebels
arrows, whatever.
is, I mean, it's already been proven and it's a known fact. The moderate rebels is turns out to be Al Qaeda and Al Nusra, fucking ISIS. We're giving them arms. We're providing arms for them to take over Assad because we don't want Assad in power. You know what? I don't give a shit if Assad's in power or not. He was elected by their people to rule their country. That's their fucking choice. We don't have a choice to decide who rules what country. Whether we disagree with it or not, I don't care. They decided they wanted him. It's not our place to take him out of power. That would be no different than Russia saying, hey, you know, Obama or Trump, we don't want him in power, so we're going to start bombing the shit out of your fucking country. What's the difference?
Yeah, there is none, and that's the problem. You know, that's the problem that we haven't been able to get it across to the politicians that we're done with that game. And this election may have helped do that.
Yeah, I think so. As far as I'm concerned, from what I've seen, I think we should actually team up with Russia, take care of ISIS, wipe out that terrorist organization, any of the bad cells that's out there, and then pull out of the fucking Middle East and let it go back to what it was in the 80s. If they want to fight among themselves, so be it. Get out of it. Get out. Just back off. And we wouldn't have to worry about all these refugees coming over and then starting shit here. It's pretty simple. I don't understand what the problem is.
Now, if you disagree with me here, if you think I'm backwards here, stop me. But I think it's kind of an old, silly Cold War style of thinking that we shouldn't try and have good relations with Russia. Like, there seems to be this attitude like, well, no, they're our enemies. They have to be our enemies. Well, why? Why can't we try and be... What bad can there be from having good relations with, one of the more powerful countries in the world? I mean, I don't think anything bad can come of that from being on better terms with them. Okay, so maybe you don't like Putin. Well, whatever. There's still... I don't see anything negative between having good relations with Russia. There seems to be this attitude in the media, this attitude amongst the populace, like, well, so-and-so is going to work with Putin, or so-and-so is going to have, be chummy with Russia. Well, if it works in everyone's interests, I don't necessarily see a problem in that whatsoever. I think it's good to be on good terms with a country as powerful as Russia. Not that I'm saying we should let them bully us or make them dictate the terms, but there's nothing wrong with being friendly with a country of that size. I mean, if we can be on better terms with them, why not?
I agree.
I agree too. Why can't we be friends with Russia? The only, during the Cold War, it was like, who could be the biggest and baddest fucking military power in the world? We don't need to do that anymore. We can both be the big guys on the block, but we can still be friends. It's like, look,
yeah, exactly. It's not saying that.
I got 1,000 fucking nukes. You got 1,000 fucking nukes. Let's go play some darts and have a beer with each other.
Beer, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's that old Cold War style of thinking has just not died off yet. I get it; they're a potential threat. I mean, you would never. I get it, but at the same time, so they are a potential threat. Why can't we be friends with them? Why not have better relations with them?
We're a potential threat to them.
Exactly. I mean, of the two options of be enemies with Russia, be at a constant standoff with them, or get along, I'd rather get along. But that's just me.
Yeah, exactly. I think we should actually team up with Russia because Russia is worried about ISIS just as much as we are, probably less actually. But I mean, that's and they're there. They have to cross the ocean to get to us. They're probably in some ways they might be even more worried about them than us. I don't know, or maybe less. I don't know. But I think we should team up with Russia and say, hey, let's wipe out ISIS. And when we get done, go have a beer. Yeah, I mean, I got no problem with Russia. I'm not worried about Russia. I'm worried about some fucking Muslim fucking terrorist than I am Russia. I have never in my life worried about a Russian terrorist. I may have been in my childhood worried about a Russian missile, but that's just because I was brainwashed by my fucking government.
Right.
Russia does not want to go to war with the United States. No matter what they tell you, Russia does not want to go to war with the United States. And we don't want to go to war with them.
Idea to be friend or to be on some kind of speaking terms with Russia, because Russia seems to have a relationship started with China, and if we can keep everybody, you know, communication between China, Russia, and the United States, that'll go a long way.
Well, the industrial military complex is why there's so much fear being thrown out there because, you know, if we can't build up military, if we can't continue to do that, they don't make money. So they create a scare tactic to make everybody the enemy. We need war. We don't.
No, we don't. You're right.
It's like, okay, I got a gun, you got a gun. But that don't mean we can't be friends.
Well, and we've driven both economies into the ground trying to keep up with each other.
Yeah. It's all a fucking farce. It's all a fucking farce. The only threat we have now is from Islamic fucking extremists, and even that is being driven by bullshit stuff that they're fucking being fed. Off on a tangent here, but
I see your point. It's like how much of what they're being told is true versus how much are we being told about them is true.
exactly. They're being fed that we're the enemy and we got to die. Just like during the Cold War. Me and you, Deb, we grew up during the Cold War. It was all a fucking lie. It was all a fucking farce. It was bullshit.
Well, so the military industrial complex could get hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars out of the tax coffers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I also love how everyone's like Russian hackers. Yeah. The Russian State Department or such and such is, trying to get into our. Of course they are. You think we're not doing the same shit?
Exactly.
You think we're not doing the same shit to every government on this planet? You think we don't have teams of hackers that's only job is to try and crack secret State Department shit of every other country on this planet to get their information? Everyone's doing that shit. It's just that we know about a little about it. That's all it is. Everyone's doing it to everybody. Guess what? It's the way of the fucking world these days. It's scary, but it's true.
I mean, think about it. This isn't, hundreds of years ago, or thousands of years ago, it was about conquest and taking over land and stuff like that. We're beyond that now. There is no conquest of land. Every country's been established. Yeah, there has been some things happen when Russia collapsed and countries made their own, like the Ukraine. But as far as thinking that another country is going to come over here and take over a part or all of the United States, that shit ain't going to happen. And if you're in that mindset that military to make sure a country don't take over America, that's not going to fucking happen. Even if we didn't have a military,
Exactly.
fucking happen. We could disband the entire fucking military, and a country would not be able to come over, at least in the United States, wouldn't be able to come over here and take over the United States and take over our property. That wouldn't happen in the United States because
Out of 10 firearms.
what's that?
8 out of 10 firearms.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's too many of us people armed. It's not going to happen. So this whole storyboard that they put out that, you know, we got to have this military to make sure this don't happen and blah, blah, blah. It's all bullshit. Now, back in 1500, yeah, that was an issue then.
Well, TR, you were
2015, no.
over there, and I'm not sure. I'm not good at geography, but the only thing that I can see that needs to be solved as far as land issues, and I'm not sympathetic to either side, so don't everybody yell. But the Palestinians and the opposite of the Palestinians. Anyway, it seems like that's the only thing that needs to be solved as far as a land issue, and then everything else just needs to be. I mean, we just need to walk away from everything else over there. And maybe we don't even need to be involved in the Palestine thing.
Yeah, we don't need to be involved in that either. They were a set state of, okay, you got this property and the Israel keeps expanding it. So they're the ones breaking the rules, not the Palestine.
Yeah,
Palestine.
right. And that's why I felt like, the Palestinians were given enough property, and it seems like maybe the Israelis are the problematic ones, but they're supposedly our friends. So we want to try to maintain neutral persuasion on them, and it just seems like maybe that ain't working.
Yeah, I'm probably on the wrong side of the fence for a lot of people on that. But as far as the Jewish people in Israel, what they're doing, I don't agree with what they're doing. They're expanding their boundaries and actually shitting on the Palestinians, and I don't agree with that.
You and I are in agreement there. Yep, that's my position too. They have just went way too far over the line, and it's time for somebody to stand up for the Palestinians. But besides that one issue, which I would hope could be verbally negotiated, not fought with guns and bombs, then I don't see anything over there that we need to have our fingers in, or toes,
Yeah, exactly.
whatever else you want to call it.
And just to, I do see your comments out there in Good Neighbors. I mean, just to say what I'm saying, what country do you see that's trying to expand our borders, and what country is trying to take over the United States? What country is trying to invade the United States and take over and claim it as their own? Is Spain coming over here? Is Russia coming over here? Is China coming over here and trying to claim part of the United States? No, that's not going to fucking happen. This is 2017. This is not 1300. We don't even need half the military that we got. We spend $1 trillion a year on our military. We're $20 trillion in fucking debt. For what? For fucking nothing. only to fuck up other countries. That's what we're doing.
And we made some people rich at the top of the 1%.
Click. It's industrial military complex. That's all that is funding. Oh my God.
TR, you're not saying anything that I think is offensive. I think you're discussing your point of view, and as we've talked earlier, that's what makes your chat so good.
Hey guys,
Yes, sir.
I just realized it's 1:30 in the afternoon. I have shit I gotta get done today.
Dang. Good to talk to you.
All right, I'll see you guys
All
later.
right, man.
Bye.
Later, Misfit.
Yeah, I just don't see where there's a boogeyman out there right now, and I see where I really am kind of embarrassed. I'll admit it. I think our government has in some ways turned us into bullies.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I'm not proud of the government, not our military. I'm very proud of our military. But the actions and the decisions that have been made by our government and has trickled down to our military, I'm just not thinking that they've made some of the best decisions and sent some of our military into harm's way for a goal that I can't. I just listened to it. Now, accuracy off of YouTube can be troubling. But I just listened to some news reports that talked about the fact that we are still in Afghanistan. We've been there for 10 years, and no one during the campaign or during Obama's time in office, nobody ever really talked about what is our goal in Afghanistan and what is our exit strategy. Never really even occurred to me we were still in Afghanistan. But I thought that was really interesting to hear that we really have no exit strategy out of there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we need to pull out of all these damn countries. We made a mess. I don't know what the answer is to pull out. Even Iraq. Iraq is still in fucking shambles. We went in there and destroyed Iraq. We should have let Saddam be in power. We should have never went in there and screwed it up. Libya. I mean, all these countries. We went in there and stirred up a hornet's nest and screwed it up. You know why people join ISIS? Because they don't have another opportunity for a job.
Well, and
They're joining ISIS just because they get a paycheck, just so they can get fed. That's why they join ISIS.
That's the big thing that I see, is that there just is no other options for them if they want to eat.
Yeah, we fucked up.
Well, and we've killed so many people's families that they have nothing left, and especially for the men. And their family becomes their military comrades. Now, whether that military is ISIS or not.
Yeah, I mean, I can say, I'm ex-military and then whatever, but I understand what's going on over there, and maybe I don't have a total handle on it, but we screwed up as a country. We fucked up, and we have stirred up a hornet's nest, and I don't know what the answer is, but to continue bombing them is not the answer. We need to withdraw. The ones that want to harm us, yeah, bomb the shit out of them, but we can't just keep destroying countries like Syria. Get the fuck out of Syria. We don't need to be in Syria. I don't care if Assad is in power. That's what their people want. Let Assad rule their country. You know, periods. Just get out. We can't go to Russia and say we don't want Putin in power and start bombing the shit out of them. So what's the fucking difference? I don't know.
I agree with you. In fact, to be honest with you, I think that in some of these places where the devastation, like you said, was it Iraq that's just devastated? In some of these places, we need to provide some, some help to get things. I don't know. It's like you got to help them do something, either with equipment or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people have gotten a lot of things misconstrued. I know we got a little political here, but it turns out here in the last 20 years, being political has to do with military action, and just because you got a military don't mean you have to exercise its rights, or it's not even rights. Just because you got a military don't mean you have to use it.
Yeah.
It should be a defense only, and I don't think since World War II another country has attacked us.
Hey, as long as you're
So
talking
what the fuck are we doing?
and you were kind of there during this, what do you say to people that say we went for oil? I mean, that we had to go there for the oil. We had to go protect the oil. I'd say that's an excuse. But
Yeah, that's bullshit.
yeah, that's what I say too. Okay, I just wanted to know what your thoughts were.
We did go there for monetary reasons. Anytime, even Syria, the whole deal with Syria, where they're calling out Assad as being this, bad dictator and blah, 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 that has to do with the fucking pipeline. It has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with fucking economics.
Wow.
They wanted to run the fucking pipeline through Syria. Syria didn't fucking agree with it. And that's why he's a fucking enemy.
Okay. See,
Iraq.
it really helps that you were there and you get the lay of the land. I think that personal experience of you being on the ground for however many months you were there, I think that has made it so much more concrete in your mind that you can see this stuff in a way that those of us that have never been there, we don't see it.
Hell, even this gets back to the Fed. Iraq started to transport oil not using the U.S. dollar.
That's right.
This gets back to the petrodollar. Iraq threatened to start selling oil without using the U.S. dollar. Assad threatened to use oil, sell oil not through U.S. dollar. Gaddafi in Libya was starting to come up with their own monetary system and not use the U.S. dollar to sell oil, and they all became enemies. It had nothing to do with a fucking threat to the United States. Personally, it was economics.
Yep.
It was all economics. And I don't give a fuck what. I don't care whatever these countries want to do. You have to really look into the petrodollar to really understand this. But I'll ride a fucking horse to work before I want a United States citizen to die over a fucking dollar. I don't give a fuck about our economy that way. I don't want to send soldiers into war to die so that I can drive my car or truck to work.
That's the whole point that you're making right there, TR, is the fact that anytime the military has become involved, if you begin to bring, an alternative perspective, then you're not patriotic.
Yeah.
You either, rah the actions of the government or else. And, the idea that we have had sons and daughters and fathers go over there and die for some of this stuff like the petrodollar, the fact that they pissed us off on an economic matter, that just doesn't, that isn't what I expect out of my military.
Well, that's what we've been doing since Desert Storm. Well, hell, probably even before that. But even Desert Storm, when I was in Desert Storm, our little motto was, between the enlisted guys, is like, look, if Kuwait raised carrots, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
This is over oil. We understood it. We got it. We're like, this is bullshit. I'm not want to fucking die over some fucking oil. Fuck you.
And see, that just upsets me to, and hopefully that's something that Trump's going to fix. Like I said, if he fixes the foreign policy, the foreign war activity, if he adjusts some of the activities that have been going on with the military, I'm really. Did you say that Mattis was your commander when you were Mad Dog? Wasn't he in the military chain of command when you were there, or was that somebody else that said that?
That was somebody else.
Maybe Greg.
I forget the general that was in charge. Totally.
Somebody said, I don't know whether it was Greg or who it was, but somebody really liked him. And I'm optimistic and hopeful that he could come in and make a lot of changes in that and, pull people to not be dying for some of these reasons that the American public is really not.
I don't think people, and that's why I'm not really supportive when people are, and don't get me wrong, I support the military 100%. But when I see posts where people are like, look, these people are, fighting for our rights and they're showing shit in Iraq and all that, I know that it's over economic reasons. And maybe that's justified. But at the same time, in the United States, we can be we don't need the world to be self-efficient, self-supplying. We can grow, we can make any fucking thing we want here in the United States. We don't need any country whatsoever.
Well, in most
war, it's over a fucking dollar. And I don't think any soldier's life is worth a fucking dollar.
There you go. That's what we're saying.
Now, if another country attacks us and we have to defend our fucking borders to another country, I don't even have to join up. I got my own guns. I'll bring my own fucking ammo. I will defend this country with my life. But to go to another country to defend some dollars, that's what I have a problem with. And that's what we're doing right now. We're sending soldiers over there to defend our economy. And fuck that. They sent me over there to defend our economy, and it pissed me off and it woke me up. And I don't agree with it. If you try to, come over our border and take over our country, I'll be the first one on the front line. I will die for my country. I will die. I don't give a shit. But send me over to defend dollars. I don't agree with that. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with sending soldiers to another country, period.
Well, if we don't have enough oil in this country, then we got enough people that can make horse and buggies again, and we can start breeding horses and building buggies and bicycles and alternative powered cars, and we'll figure it out. We'll get back to trains, which is what they use in Europe. And on top of that, from what I understand, a lot of our oil comes from Venezuela, Mexico, and Canada. So how does that involve the Middle East?
It's our deal with OPEC.
I
That
know.
every ounce of fucking oil that's bought in the entire fucking world has to be bought with a US dollar,
Yep. Petrodollar. Yep.
the petrodollar. We produce more oil than Saudi Arabia.
So
We
what
don't need the Middle East. We
with
just
it
got
is
an
that
agreement with them that we'll buy so much from them as long as they continue the petrodollar.
are we getting people hostile on the side chat, or are you even watching the side chat?
I'm watching it. I probably missed a few, but because it's just me and you, so I might have missed it.
You should put the link out again and see if anybody's willing to come talk with us.
Yeah, I'm going to end this soon because I got shit to do today too. But
Plan on having an 8-hour hangout.
no, I didn't plan on it. Hell, I didn't plan on having a chat. Period.
Well, hey, whenever you need to go eat lunch or dinner or whatever, it is fun to talk to you because, damn it, we never get to talk about some of this stuff, and it is a hot topic. I mean, it's a hot button issue, and I hope that nothing comes back to haunt you for having this conversation. But
But
hey,
you know me, Deb. Political chats is what I do. So,
hearing your perspective on it because it seems. I mean, I don't have the military family like some of the people do, and I've just seen so many dead soldiers for some issue that doesn't make any sense to my feeble little brain. And the other thing, as long as I'm mentioned, the other thing that torques me off is the fact that they've turned the reservists into the active military, and taken 30 and 40-year-old men with families and businesses and jobs that they're climbing the corporate ladder, taken those people and put them in harm's way, and taken them away from their family, their children, their jobs, their livelihood. Oh, I mean, I'm not saying kill every 16, 17, 18-year-old, but still. Well, it's
hey, Mike, what's up, babe?
What's going on, brother?
Yeah, this was kind of a chat for no fucking reason.
Hey, Deb. Yeah, no, I didn't see it till late. And I'm like, damn, T.I.'s having a chat.
I was on another chat and they wanted to continue it or not chat. And I was like, well, shit, I'll just throw a chat up and we'll see what happens. Yeah.
So have
You never know.
Mikey,
What's that?
have you been listening?
I'm going to be honest with you. I was watching some videos because I haven't,
That's fine. No, that's fine.
and it came across T.I.'s live chat because I saw somebody's video. Jen, Girls Like Guns too. She did the VR to a gentleman's 4,000 sub giveaway that I wanted to compliment him on, and it says he's live. I'm like, oh, he's having a chat. Cool. Blink.
Well, maybe it's good you came in. Maybe we shouldn't talk politics anymore, TR. I don't know.
No, Mike likes to talk politics.
I'll talk anything you want. You know that, Tia. You know that. I do want to say congratulations, though. That's awesome. What a milestone. Good for you. You earned it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
It's been a slow, steady, I'm not one of those people that I don't make videos to get subs. I just do videos to have fun. And so my channel is a slow growing channel. I know what it takes to get subs, and if I really tried, I could do it better. But I just do what I do and enjoy the conversations with everybody. So I don't give a shit if my channel never grows anymore. I just do what I do, and enjoy having the conversations with everybody.
Well, you were talking about editing on your video, and sometimes you just put them up straight from recording them. If you don't do that sign off, that routine later YouTube, at the end of your video, they always do. No, that's a mistake, TR. That's one of your major signatures.
Well, yeah, Rob pokes me, Pops Quest, his YouTube. He jabs at me. You don't edit your videos. No, hell no, I don't, because it takes too much fucking time. You'll see my arm going from the camera when I turn it on. I'll save my little shit, and then you'll see my arm going over and turning the camera off, and it's like, fuck it, whether I do that or not, it doesn't make any difference. The same people are going to watch it anyway. So,
right.
If you're doing a 5 to 10 minute video, why should you spend the next 2 hours trying to edit it to something that it's not, and then take all that time? Because they say once you edit it, it takes forever to upload it. And so it's like, I like the way you do your videos right now.
Yeah, you're starting to break up a little bit there, but
yeah, I'm on my phone, so yeah, I usually do. Okay.
Okay, there you go. You come in. Yeah, I mean, I don't do this for a living. I don't make money off YouTube, or not enough to. Oh shit, she dropped completely off.
Come out, come back in again.
Yeah. I mean, some videos when I got I do edit them, but for the most part, most of my videos I don't edit. I just throw it out there and hope people watch it. If they don't, they don't. If they do, they do. I don't really care. I mean, I do this for interaction with other people, and if a few hundred people come in there and comment, that's great.
Right. I'm the same way, although I did get a gift this year for Christmas, and I'm gonna as a matter of fact, I'm gonna try it later on. Try to learn how to edit a video. Just because I want to try it out and see how, because of the graphics you can add to it, and just to have fun, just to kill some time, and
Right.
But Deb, you're right. Some people say that it does take a while to upload to upload them, but they say if you have the right programs, it's just like it is from the cell phone. Because as you guys all know, that when I do my videos, it's all from a cell phone, and
on the rare occasion I put up a video, it's right off the cell phone. I push the share to YouTube button, and there it goes, right to YouTube. 2 hours or an hour later, if I want to do anything on YouTube to fix it, I can. Otherwise, it's up.
Yeah. Yeah. But I like my favorite. Not that I don't dislike the other ones, Tia. But my favorite videos of yours is sitting on the stump.
I like those. By the way, you haven't showed enough of the chickens.
Well, I only got 2 right now. I got a rooster and a hen.
Okay. Well, yeah, that makes it a little more difficult.
Well, they keep getting killed every time I let them out. I hadn't let them out in a while. I mean, I'd rather free range, but they keep getting killed. I don't know how many damn chickens I've lost from other critters getting them.
Right.
Was it a fox or a
tail now?
You're gonna have to put motion sensor lights out there. Have you got a wire cage, a wider mesh type thing over the top?
Yeah. It's when I let them free range is when they get took.
Oh, okay.
Fox, a dog, whatever. I can let them out for 2 hours, and son of a bitch, I'll lose a chicken.
Yeah. This guy I watch in New York that's a homesteader, he's got his chicken area electric fence. He's hooked it up to a solar run electric fence.
Yeah. Oh, T.I., you got that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I got a pen. I mean, it's not like I don't let them walk around or anything. They're not in a box.
Right. No, I know. I've seen the pen.
Yeah. It's just that when I let them out in the yard, that
Well, that's kind of a fun way to let them do. I mean, that's how we let them do at the farm.
yeah.
You know, we let them run around during the daytime, and we, put them away at night.
Well, that's what I was doing, but it's just that I'm getting so many of them killed,
Right.
letting them out during the day. Unless I'm standing there with a shotgun beside them, I'm down to one hen and one rooster,
Wow.
and so it's like
You had
I'm not letting them out.
a bunch when you first started, right?
Oh yeah, I've had a bunch of them. I've lost probably about 30 fucking hens.
Wow.
And
I
roosters.
didn't know you'd lost that many.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you started with. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that's a lot to lose.
I mean, I'm in the woods, so there's this predators everywhere. I don't see them. I let them out, go, walk inside, come back out, and shit, there's one dead or one missing. I was like, what the fuck? I don't even know what took it.
Yeah, and with your long shifts, it'd be difficult for you to have a dog, but it's almost like you need a dog out there.
Mm-hmm.
But
I've tried to have a dog a few times, but I don't have a fence around my property, so
yeah.
they run off and go away. So
Well, and as when you're working 12-hour shifts, that's tough to have a dog. So
yeah. I mean, the days I work, technically I'm gone damn near 14 hours a day.
yeah, there you go.
Because it takes me almost an hour to get to work.
Oh, I didn't realize you lived that far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time. That's a long time.
Yeah, but you put in long hours too, Mike, right?
But I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. I only work about. My full-time job is probably. It's like 24 miles one way, but it's still almost an hour because with the traffic. So
Traffic.
That's the same for me. I mean, it's not that I live 40 miles from work. It just takes me 45 minutes to get there,
Right.
But yeah, and then if I'm working, I get the gig at part-time at night. So yeah, I'm going pretty much 16 hours a day.
Whoa.
So
And a dog requires attention.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had an outside dog and I'm gone half the time, I'm gone for 2 days, I'm home for 2 days.
right.
To me, it's almost like punishing the dog because they want to be petted, they want attention, and I'm not here. I can't do it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I can see where you'd be a good pet owner, but yeah, you're right. With your shifts, I mean, you could have a cat,
Yeah.
but not a dog.
Yeah, and I'm a cat guy. I've had several cats. Right now, I don't have any pets, but last cat I had, he died maybe a year ago. But I just hadn't had the desire to get another cat. But,
Right. It's hard when you live as a pet that you've had for a lot of years. It's hard.
yeah.
I agree there. That's definitely tough.
Yeah. It is, and it's tough for adults. And just I hated it when we had trouble when our son was young. And thank God we only had to go through it once, but it was really hard when we lost the dog that we had, or the dogs we had two, when he was born, and then to lose him when he was middle school, whatever, younger, grade school, I don't remember. That was really hard. So anyway, so Mike, what's your
Yeah.
thoughts on Trump and so far? How are you feeling about it?
I'm actually excited about. I was talking about this last night on the
Conundrum.
chat that I have.
Quagmire.
Yeah. No, on
Conundrum.
and Quagmire's Johnny and TS.
Okay, yours is the conundrum. Okay.
And
Quagmire.
Quagmire.
I come over there,
Johnny.
so I should be able to remember, but I do mix them up. Anyway.
Anyway, yeah, we talked about it, and yeah, I'm excited. I think that hey, look, he's going to take criticism just like every other president takes criticism, and I think that his down to earth, his shoot from the hip attitude, you know, he doesn't hold back. He just it comes out. Whatever he thinks comes right out.
Right.
I don't doesn't bother me. I think that I said this last night in the chat. I just think he's got to tread a little bit lightly with, you know, like I don't care that he called the Mexican president. It doesn't really bother me. I just think he needs to tread lightly with Putin. I don't want to see any. You know what I mean? Him being the business.
Actually, TR brought this up earlier about ISIS, and I thought I'd actually heard some discussion about the fact that Putin and Trump were kind of on the same page about maybe doing something in a joint effort against ISIS.
That would work. That would work. But like I said, I would just, you know.
Well, I think, you know, the United States and Russia is so. This is what me and Deb was talking about earlier before you jumped on, Mike, and is we're not trying to take over each other's country. The United States is not going to try to take over Russia. Russia's not going to try to take over the United States. There's no reason we can't be friends and work together on international problems. And the international problem right now is ISIS.
That's right.
Fucking wipe them out. Like I said, I'm a pacifist, but I understand when it comes to war shit, and ISIS is a war problem, fucking wipe them out. Blow them off the face of the fucking earth. And dare anybody to step up and try to threaten us or them.
I agree. I think I saw I want to say it, I could be wrong, but it might have been 60 Minutes. They did an interview with Putin on in speaking of ISIS, and he was quietly saying something to the effect of, "I would take care of it a different way." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they could do a joint.
Well, I think ISIS would have to step back and reconsider their position if they thought they were going to have the United States and Russia both looking down their throats.
Yeah, just go in there and just fucking wipe them off the face of the earth and then say, okay, we're going to do our thing. Russia can do their thing. You know, as far as, I mean, because at this point, this is not 1300. This is not 700 BC. We're not trying to, you know, conquer worlds, conquer, you know, territory. We're set in what our territory is. And it's like, unless you become a threat to us, we don't give a shit what you fuck you do.
And I think that's the way life should be, period, Tia. I don't, it's like, you don't screw with me, I don't screw with you. We're all good. Whether it's physically or whether it's economically, you know, you're not going to try to, you know, shut me down. I'm not going to try to shut you down. So everything should be good. I heard you earlier when you guys were talking about when you were talking about fighting for the country and having to fight for $1. And
petrodollar.
for the petrodollar, and
Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more. I didn't have the honor and pleasure of serving this country, but in listening to you, TR, I'd be kind of pissed too.
I don't want anybody's son, daughter, husband dying over the petrodollar. I just
Right.
don't.
A physical attack or something to that effect, absolutely, but not for
Well,
all.
and I think a true physical attack on the United States, you're going to see the center of the country empty out, because you're going to find people going to, you've got an immense amount of patriots that aren't involved in the military directly, but if this country needed protected, they'd be there. Wherever the fight in the country is, the center of the country is gonna empty out, and they're gonna go. So,
Yeah, I
I
don't
really
think we have to
think
worry about it.
crazy to try and attack the United States.
Yeah, and that's my whole point. I mean, I don't think that we have to worry about countries being invaded by another country, or at least the United States or Russia or whatever. Who's going to take over Russia? Who's going to take over fucking United States? It's not going to happen. Who's going to physically try to take over China? It's not going to fucking happen. So all this bullshit we're doing is exactly that, bullshit.
Yep.
And all this stuff in the Middle East, let them settle that shit out for themselves. Get the fuck out.
Can I just say something about the Middle East here? Okay, and I'm not trying to sound like a wise guy or anything like that, but let's think about this. They have been fighting religious wars out there since time started, and they haven't stopped in 2017 frickin' years. What makes anybody believe, if history repeats itself and history teaches us, right? What makes us believe that it's going to stop just because we want it to? It's not. They're going to be fighting till the day's end. You know what I mean? And every time we interfere, it's just like, you know what? Let them fight it out. Let them fight it out. Let them deal with their own,
Yeah,
Tribal.
I agree 100%.
I'll just never understand it.
Well, I hope it's as simple for Trump and his appointees and his military advisors as it seems to be clear for us, because I hope somebody can come in and, like I said earlier, Mike, if Trump can just have a major effect on the foreign policy and the military, he will have done everything I could ask in 4 years. There are a lot of things that need to be addressed, but if he could address that one single issue.
And I also think that I also think it starts with him working with the Democrats instead of against them. Like, it seemed as though Barack Obama was working against the Republicans, not with them. I think that they'll get more done. And you'll see more changes than you know what I'm saying?
I don't disagree with you, but I think it's up. I think Congress has kind of got their head up their ass. I don't know about the current Congress, but Congress in the past, they made decisions not to work with people more so than the president said, I'm not gonna come in. I mean, I'll never forget the night of Barack Obama's first State of the Union message. And I mean, it's well known. I just don't remember who it was, but one of the legislators yelled out, "Liar," to the U.S. president from a U.S. congressman during a State of the Union message.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a guy from South Carolina, actually.
South Carolina.
I didn't know that. Sorry.
Damn suddenness.
I didn't mean to step on any toes.
But he was correct.
I'm not saying that, I don't even know what the issue was. But the point I'm getting at is that kind of congressional, the respect for the presidential office and the respect for the president to the Congress it's not just it's a mutual
But-
two-way street kind of thing, and to work together takes like TR's chats. I mean, people have to work together on these chats. We can't just, or TR doesn't allow us to just come in and be assholes.
Well, while I agreed with the person's upfront approach on something, I just think it was bad timing.
Right.
I think that
right.
yeah, that could have been done behind a closed door. He could have called Obama a liar behind closed doors, and this is why, and yada yada yada. I really didn't think he had to do it in front of the whole world.
Actually, I think that you should call out.
What was it about, TR? I don't even remember the issue. Do you?
I think it was about immigration.
Yeah, I think it might have been.
I don't remember. It's been too many years ago to remember the actual topic at hand.
But you know the thing that our senators, representatives, and president have to keep in mind is that they serve us.
Mm-hmm.
We don't serve them.
Exactly.
And so when they're going off trail and doing their own thing, that we should have to call them out. And that's why this is a republic. This is not a fucking democracy. We vote people to represent our voice. And if they see bullshit, they should call out bullshit right off the bat. I don't give a fuck if it is the president. Call it out.
And I agree.
That's what I fucking voted you in to do, is to represent my voice. We live in a republic. This is not a democracy.
Well, it definitely got his point across during that speech. That's for one thing. I will agree with you on that, TR.
Yeah.
I've never forgot it, so.
And they keep crying democracy. We don't live in a democracy. Get that straight. We don't live in a democracy. Democracy is Black Lives Matter, the Women's March. See, that's why we don't have a democracy. We have a republic. We vote people in to voice our concerns to get shit done. You know, we live in a republic. The minority is protected because of that. If this was a pure democracy, we could fucking stomp out all that bullshit that we don't like very easily. We don't live in that. We live in a republic, and we, protect the minority.
Yeah, it's almost like we're the employees of a corporation. I just, you mentioned the Women March. I mean, you know how I feel. I don't want anybody's rights taken away from them for anything. But I'd like to know when it's all gonna die down or stop or not become in the news every 10 minutes of the day. I look at it this way. You guys all know how I feel about it. You have your right to gather. You have your right to protest. You have your right to do all that stuff non-violently. Fine. Do what you got to do. But at some point in time, doesn't it? He's your president for at least 4 years unless he does something majorly stupid. So just live with it. We just live with it for 8 years. You know? But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even if 1 million women went and marched on DC, well, okay, there's 1 million of you, but 62 million people voted for Trump. So your 2 million versus the 62 million that voted for Trump, if you got issues, that's fine. You brought them up. Which the whole Women's March was bullshit. It was all a Planned Parenthood funded fucking deal, and whether they admit to it or not, Hell, it was a fucking Muslim that fucking organized the whole thing that believes in Sharia law. You fucking idiots. You fucking idiots. But go ahead, do your pussy march. I got my pussy hat on. Let me march. That a fucking Muslim organized. Idiots. You fucking idiots. Anyway.
Tia, off subject, but Brian, I don't know if you're seeing the outside chat. Brian J was addressing a question or a statement to you. Actually, he said that he says, Tia, federal appeals court, shocking pronouncement. Lawful gun carriers must forfeit other rights. I don't know if you guys were talking about that prior to me coming here, or
I don't know what he's talking about. Okay. I seen that comment, but I didn't understand what he's.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were seeing the. Because he had typed to me saying, "Mike, you're seeing the chat," so I wasn't sure if you were seeing it.
Yeah, I seen that, but I didn't know where he was coming from. Other than the states that have legalized marijuana, I assume that's what he's talking about. But
yeah, like mine did that, but I didn't hear anything that are any other rights that, well, the minimal gun rights that we have here changed. So,
and speaking of the external chat, Good Neighbors, was she a Muslim? The organizer of the Women's March was a fucking Muslim, and I don't give a shit if y'all bashed me for saying that, but she was a fucking Muslim that believes in Sharia law, which means you have no women's rights. Look, think about the irony of that. Just think about the irony of that. The woman that organized the women's rights does not believe in women's rights.
It's on one of the news report channels on YouTube. I saw it last night, yesterday, whatever it was now, that I saw the report. And I don't know that she was the only one involved in organizing, but she was one of the people definitely involved in the march.
But either way, if she's involved in it, I mean, it's kind of a,
Yeah, doesn't make any sense now, does it?
Right.
Yeah, they were basically Planned Parenthood was the basis of women's rights of that march, the entire march. I mean, Deb, you're here.
Yes.
What does a man have that a woman don't have right now in America?
This could get ugly.
I mean,
I'm going to sit back and listen.
I want to hear this. What right does a man have that a woman doesn't have right now in America?
Oh, to earn the same amount of money for the same equal job.
For the same equal respect.
But it on a federal level, what right does a woman not have that a man don't have?
All the women out there are dying because I'm not coming up with an answer.
Yep, they are.
Well, like I said, on a federal level. Now, as a business, a private business or international business, whatever, yeah, you may not get paid as much as a man for doing the same job, or you may get paid more than a man on the same job. But on a federal level, we're talking federal. What right does a woman not have that a man has?
I don't think, Tia, I don't think it's not that they don't have rights. I just think that they are treated. I'll look at it this way. Okay, McCain and Palin didn't win. Obviously Hillary didn't win. Do you know why that happened? Because McCain picked a woman and Hillary is a woman. Just my this is all opinion to me. Just all opinion to me that if you would put any other guy, okay, with with due smarts in his brain, that would have been a lot closer of a. I'm not saying Trump wouldn't be president. Don't misunderstand me.
Oh, I think there's a good chance that if the Dems hadn't screwed Bernie out of the nomination, I think there's a very good
I think
Bernie might be.
No. Just stop.
All right, I didn't answer your question.
I'm getting back to the women's march.
Yeah.
What right
does men have?
What right does an American woman have that a man has a right above a woman on a federal level? What rights do men have that women don't have? I want to hear it from a woman.
Well, look at the side chat and see if any woman is giving you an answer, because I'm coming up empty.
I don't see any women in it. I think Sandy left.
Oh, did Sandy leave?
Well, my point is there is no fucking rights that men have over women on a federal level.
I think the laws are in place, but I think women are more in a position to have to fight for those rights in a legal court at times. And a man has to fight for those rights. But that I have no statistics to back that up. It's just my gut instinct.
Well, hell, even as a maintenance technician in where I work at, I've worked beside people that made way more money than me and did the same fucking job.
Wow.
So what's the fucking difference? If a woman is working beside a guy that's making more money than her, that shit just fucking happens. There is no standard. It's not the federal government's fucking job to make sure you make the same amount of money as the next guy. I've worked beside people that made $6 more an hour than me, and I did the same fucking job they did as a guy, as a man.
I hate that.
It had nothing to do with me being a male or female. It was just that somehow they fucking worked the fucking system at this company and made more fucking money than me. It didn't have nothing to do with fucking gender.
Sandy is actually still here, and she did comment. She said that she can't think of any rights a man has that a woman doesn't. But she does say, yes, there is a difference in how they are treated, but no rights difference that she is aware of.
The only thing I can think of is that women are, if they want to fight for their rights, they're there. But I think women have to fight, it may be potentially in the courts, and men are just given those rights where a woman might have to go through the court system to get those rights. But again, it's just a gut instinct.
Yeah, but what rights? What rights?
Oh, I don't. Yeah. The sky's the limit there. You know, it could be anything. It could be any. I mean, anything from employment to housing to education at a higher, college or university.
Put it to you this way, okay? I'm gonna go. I have 2 children. I'm single. I have 2 children. I'm gonna go for housing. Okay. Deb, I'm gonna pick on you because you're the only female here so far. Okay. So Deb's with me. All right. Deb has her own 2 children. She's gonna go for housing. There's only one house I get to give away. I can guarantee you, I ain't getting that house.
You think I'll get it before you will?
Oh, most absolutely. Absolutely.
Huh. Now why? Why do you think I would get, not because it's me, but because it's female versus male? Why do you think the female would get it?
Same way that if because I think they're trying too hard to have the quote unquote equality.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
I think oh God, yeah. Even look at your divorces, right? Look at how the children
I
stay
thought
with
that's what
mom.
you were talking about, like a divorce thing. Yeah, the woman's going to get the house. She's going to get the kids every time.
Every time. But in the workforce, okay, maybe not like with I almost said IBM. Maybe not like with Apple or your big Google or your big conglomerate, companies, super corporate. But a little bit lower than that, yeah, I see that a woman will be hired before a guy. And guys, don't beat me up, but I'm gonna say that you'll have a minority woman hired before anybody.
Oh,
If everybody had the same credentials, right? Schooling's the same. Everything's the same, right? Credentials even across the board. Okay, I'm just.
I see that where I work at. They'll hire a woman over a man just because she's a woman. Period. And they're not qualified for the fucking job. But being it's a woman, big, huge corporations will hire a woman over a man just because she's a woman. So
I'm gonna.
don't come at me with this. I'm not equal. You don't give me the right pay. I don't get the right job. No, bullshit. I see it every fucking day. So what right does a man have that a woman doesn't have? There is none. There is no fucking whatsoever right that that a man has over a woman. And so to do a woman's march is total fucking bullshit, and I don't buy it. I don't agree with it, and I'm not going along with it.
Yeah. I mean, I even think that women. I'm probably going to get my ass kicked for this one, but I think women. Let me use it. Let me say it this way. In my experiences, okay, I think women make better cops than guys do.
Well, they could be a little bit more compassionate.
Whether it's compassionate, whether it's whatever, I just think it's just the way I think.
I've literally seen like a quality manager that's probably making over 100K.
ooh.
I'm taking apart a machine, and this is a literal. This actually happened. She's over quality assurance. I'm taking apart a machine. Something caught her eye. She come over there and walked over to the table that I was tearing apart this machine and placing the parts. And she was like, "Oh, look, that's shiny. That's pretty." And it's like, what the fuck?
She was coming on to you.
No, she was just looking at the parts because they was chrome plated and they were shiny. And she was like, "Oh, look, that's shiny." I mean, like fucking total fucking dumb blonde kind of moment. And I'm like, you're making like a fucking $100,000 a year. Coming over here and say, "Oh, look, that's shiny." And that was a woman. And so don't give me, I was more qualified to be in her position than she was. And I'm a man, because I look at flaws. I understand flaws. I understand what needs to be happening here. And she's making more money than me. And basically, I could took a laser and fucking put it on a wall and shook it around, and she would have fucking chased it.
It's tiny.
Tia, I got to tell you, Tia, when all this problem came out about women's rights and guys' rights and all that, when all this crap started? When we gave the women the right to vote, Tia. See, if that didn't happen, Tia, none of this shit would even happen.
Oh, I would love to see what the sociologists say in 100 years. That's what I would like to hear. When did it go up?
Well, my whole problem with the whole women's march the day after inauguration is like they didn't have rights. Like women didn't have the same rights as men. That's the whole point of this conversation right now. It's like you have every right to do. Hell, you could be a maintenance person in the plant I fucking work. If you're qualified to fucking do it, do it. There is no restrictions. There is nothing that a woman can't do that a man can't do. Hell, a woman just ran for fucking president of the United States. She lost, but she had the opportunity to run for president.
The thing about the Women's March on Saturday, or whatever day after the Friday, Saturday, anyway, I've never heard a good explanation as to what that march was. Was it for women's rights? Was it for, pro-choice? Was it? I never heard any good explanation as to what that march was all about.
They all were. It turned out that there were good intentions for that march. When it first got broadcasted, hey, we're doing a women's march and blah, blah, blah. But when they all got there, it turned out to be an anti-Trump march.
So it wasn't supposed to be an anti-Trump march.
It turned out to be an anti-Trump march because because of the worst thing that they could pull out is Trump said that, hey, just grab a woman by her pussy.
Right.
And all of a sudden, all women hate men.
And you're talking about, look, you're talking about two guys that are in a friggin' locker room. I mean, come on.
And the woman they were talking about was flirting with both of them. And after that statement was made, she plopped down between them and continued to fucking flirt with them, wanting them to grab her wherever and poke and prod or whatever. I mean, they were all flirting with each other when he said that. It was taken way out of context, and it was bullshit. If a woman come up to me and grab me by the cock, I would not be offended.
Hell to the no. T.R., you're on your bike or you're just taking a walk down the street, right? And some girl whistles at you, some woman whistles at you. What are you going to do? I'm going to turn around and say, thank you very much. Give them the thumbs up. Appreciate that. I'm almost 50 years old. You want to beep the horn at me and think I'm something to look at?
Right.
Yeah, skip me right. I'm singing. I'm going to be yelling out, thank you.
Yeah, what's your number?
Tia will be asking her if she wants to ride on his motorcycle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so a guy was, flirting around with some girls. So fucking what? What's the fucking issue? We wouldn't be here if men and women didn't like to have sex.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think you may be onto something pretty big about blown out of proportion. Because you seem to have seen something about her sitting on the couch with him. I missed out. That I didn't catch that video. I don't know anything about that. But, I told you a whole bunch of us 20 years ago from work went to a Chippendales performance. And the stuff that was being said in there and done shocked this lady.
Deb,
Yeah.
a buddy of mine used to be a bartender for ladies' night at a strip club. And he says to me, Mike, I'm not even joking. He says, women are 10 times worse than guys at a strip club.
I think it's difficult for women to cry foul about, being grabbed by the pussy when I'm sorry, I've seen women act badly. I've seen them act badly. And of course, the problem I had is that most of the guys on the Chippendale dance floor all looked like my son in the face. Not that he really did, but I mean, I was old enough at the time. It's like, these guys just look like they started shaving yesterday. I was looking for somebody like, I can't think of his name, but I was looking for something a lot older and a lot more mature than what these Chippendale guys were. Anyway, Trump may have gotten. I'll give you a good example of overblowing, now this has nothing to do with the sex stuff between
Overblowing.
men and women, but back when Howard Dean was running for president, he was in Iowa, and he yelled and screamed and hollered, and it got picked up by the press. And the press broadcast it over and over and over again and made Howard Dean look like he was the dumbest MF you've ever seen. And I talked to way many people that were there. And that event where he started screaming one state after the other, because he won, I think, the Iowa primary or caucuses or whatever, in the room, it was hardly even noticeable. But because there was a mic in front of him that picked it up and made it sound like he was a crazy guy, his popularity died immediately as a potential candidate for president. And I guess the reason I'm sharing this story is because it's drawing the comparison of how things can get blown way out of proportion and take a left turn at Albuquerque.
Perception.
Yep. If you'd have been there that night and had worked on the Howard Dean campaign when he was yelling state after state after state, you would have come out of there saying what he did in the room at the time, it was completely unnoticeable compared to what it looked like on film when the local news stations or the national news media played it over and over and over again. So, anyway, that's my point on making things out to be what they're not necessarily. TR, you're muted.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking. Sorry.
No. Yeah, perception is everything, but and it's easy to film somebody saying something or just putting a tidbit of what was said and not getting the entire context into it. Yeah.
And that's what I'm questioning about Trump. And I questioned it from the minute that whole thing hit the news media. I questioned it clear back then. It's like, what is the entire film, or what has been entirely recorded? I want to hear every moment. You taking out a 3-minute section or a 1-minute section, I'm not going to hang somebody up to dry for that.
Yeah. I can speak from experience from that. Pop's Quest just did a VR for me.
Okay.
And I'm not mad at him. Don't get me wrong. He just took like little 2-3 second clips from some of my videos, and it turned out to be hilarious. I thought it was funny myself, and even when I was doing it, it was funny. It was fun, just a bullshit video anyway.
Right.
And he made an outstanding video just showing little clips, just little experts, what do you call it? Took it little few seconds here and there, and kind of made me look like a goof off, which I am anyway. And my response was, "Hey, look, I've made a career of making an ass out of myself on YouTube, so." But it was funny the way you put it together, and it was like, yeah, that was funny because I do that shit.
Well, that's the thing with Trump. I'm not saying that he's a wolf whistler. That's kind of what I call all the men that maybe act a little but the women can do the same thing, and I know there are going to be women that want to take issue with this, but I just my position, I've seen women act badly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, to take one comment that was like 20 fucking years ago and base your entire, opinion of somebody over that one thing he said is freaking ridiculous. I mean, like I say, I could do, we'll just say this chat.
Oh yeah.
Somebody could take, one little 10-second clip out of this chat and then 20 years later use that against me.
Right.
And it was all out of context. It was all out of whatever. Deb, when you're talking to your girlfriends or whatever, you may talk some kind of sexual thing and be just kidding around.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
that's what they done with Trump. He was kidding around with another guy. Oh yeah, just grab him by the pussy. He was kidding around. They didn't catch him on camera actually doing this to some woman that didn't want it done. He was just talking. He was running his mouth. He was bragging. He was just bullshitting around.
Right.
Fucking march around this? Are you fucking kidding me?
You realize they're in Washington again this weekend. The women, I don't know what the issue is again. I don't know if it's pro-choice or
Pro-life.
Life. I don't. Is that, it is the pro-lifers this weekend.
Yeah.
They don't feel like they were represented last week.
Yeah, the pro-lifers are doing the march this weekend.
Tends to be the Republican, libertarian, anti-abortion.
There was a report that somebody in Trump's cabinet is marching or not marching, but I forget how it was worded. Attending something about the pro-life march.
I might have heard about that. Yeah.
So I don't know how that's gonna go over.
Well, as far as media concerned, since the media is so fucking liberal, they're not really covering it, and I doubt there's as many people there. But still,
Right? Good point.
They want to always be the liberal, whatever. I mean, to be honest with you on abortion, I think it should be available. I just don't think it should be used as a birth control.
Amen.
I agree. It should not be used as birth control. And I don't have a problem that federal money, taxpayer money, let's leave it at that. I don't have a problem that taxpayer money shouldn't be used for abortion purposes. I do wish that they would separate women's health issues from strictly the abortion issue, so that women that need, but of course, women that need health care can get it outside of, mammograms, regular annual checkups, that kind of thing. I wish that we could make sure there was funding for that.
Yeah.
But as far as abortion, there's pills, you pay for them. There's rubbers, you pay for them. If you don't use pills or rubbers, then it's up to you to pay for the next. I prefer, that you be responsible and not get pregnant in the first place.
Exactly.
Well, absolutely. Oh, I almost just had a comment, but I can't. I'll hit my mute button now.
Don't worry, Mike. I'm not. My ears aren't sensitive.
Well, I was the my ex-wife that I was married to for a very short time, I remember her talking about her sister had like 6 or 8 abortions. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Make the motherfucker wear rubber. It ain't that damn hard to put on.
Right.
I've used them. I did. I'm fixed, but I still use a condom when I'm with somebody new that I don't know what the hell you got.
I remember those days.
You want to protect yourself in this day and age.
Yeah. If you're fertile, if you're, fucking 20 or 30 years old, the guy's fertile, and if he comes in you and you might get pregnant and you don't want to be pregnant, well, somebody's got to do something. You got to wear a diaphragm. He's got to wear rubber or something. It's not that fucking difficult.
I think there's even the morning after pill.
Exactly, or that, and I don't even consider that an abortion. That's just to make sure something don't get fucking.
Well, and this is why I say, and that's why, yeah, this is why I say that's why they were created with mouths. But anyway,
created what?
This is why women have mouths. But anyway, probably lose a couple of subs for that one, but I'm only teasing.
I'll never repeat it. That you said. Never.
No, but you're right though.
Pure protein.
You're 100% right. But I don't think it should be totally unlawful because you have a case of rape or incest or something like that. So I don't think it should be totally unlawful. But you're right; it can't be done as a form of birth control.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the problem with regulating abortion is we got the government involved, and that's when I see that's why I'm not totally against abortion, because it could be a rape or an incest type thing. And in that case, I'm okay with it. But just using it for birth control, it's like, oops, I got pregnant this time. Let me go have an abortion. No, I don't agree with that. I don't know how you regulate that.
That's why I'm okay with no tax dollars covering the expense.
Absolutely.
I do not have a problem with that. If you're out there and you're playing, one way or the other, you may end up having to be responsible either for the abortion money or the condoms. Which do you want to pay for?
And I know Brian out there is against abortion. I'm just going to speak to the external audience out there, and that's what I'm talking about. If a dad fucking impregnates his fucking daughter, come on, dude.
The chances of mental retardation is like 90-something%.
I mean, that's some fucked up shit. We can't allow that. If a woman's using it for birth control, oops, I got pregnant this time. Yeah, that's different. But if you got incest, uncle fucking fucks his fucking niece and gets her pregnant, I'm all for abortion on that. Yeah, the baby didn't have anything to do with it, but that's some fucked up shit, and I don't agree with it. And if a decision is made to stop that before it happens, before it becomes fruition and the baby is born, that's just fucked
In the
up.
beginning, I'm very sensitive to what Brian's saying, but in the beginning, especially in incest and rape, it's a blood clot in a period. So consequently, I just don't think a 14-year-old, 13-year-old girl should be put through the pregnancy, the delivery, and living with the rest of her life about something that she had no, she
Right.
was not cognitive of what was going on.
Right.
Yeah, that's just and that's where I draw the line. I mean, it's like that's where I'm okay with it, and do it early. I ain't talking about 9 months later.
Oh, I'm not talking about 8 months later.
Yeah.
Oh no, you do it right away. Can I just want to reply to something that Doom Chaser said. Doom Chaser wrote, "Force people to have babies they don't want. They starve them to death with welfare the Christian way. Then starve them to death with welfare the Christian."
That's an ongoing discussion.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Doom Chaser. You ready? I'm going to be wise ass about this, but yet truthful all at the same time. Okay. Don't have the babies, and you won't be getting. You won't have everybody on welfare. Okay. So educate them. Ti just went through it. Ti just went through the gamut. Condoms, diaphragm, the whole 9 yards. Even me would jokingly said, use a mouth, but do something. Don't get pregnant to begin with, and then there won't be, some 20-year-old with 3 kids with 3 different dads.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
There has to,
you guys may not appreciate my sentiment here, but the thing is, babies are all in the control of the men. And so if you want to deal with this issue, then all you guys need to gather around and have a little discussion with each other. And that'll end the pregnancy problem.
Yeah, it's and I know we're talking about different societies, different point of views, or whatever.
You're right, yeah.
But as a guy, I mean, I'm fixed. I can't get a woman pregnant if I tried, no matter what I do. But I still wear condoms when I'm with somebody I don't, know that well.
Glenn, God bless.
It's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. It really, actually, I can go longer and maybe give her more pleasure when I'm wearing a condom because I won't come as fast.
Right.
From a lot of men.
Glenn says she has 7 kids. That's awesome. I wish I could have. If I could have started out all over, I started way too late. I didn't start having kids until I was like 36, 37 years old. But I always said when I was younger, if I was rich and my wife could do it healthily, because I'm one of 6 myself, so I think a big family is awesome.
Hell, I might have been sterile from the get-go because I'm 48 years old. Had sex many, many times with my wife, and we never had a kid. I don't know if she was sterile, I was sterile. We just didn't hit it at the right time. I don't have a kid now.
Yep.
But I still got, when I hit 40, I decided that, like, look, okay, at that time I was single, no wife, whatever. And I said, look, to myself, it's just me talking to myself. I was like, okay, I'm 40 years old. It's too late to start a family now. And I got fixed. So, but the women that I mess around with, I don't have a problem with putting a condom on, and that's just for STD kind of thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's helping you out. You know what I mean? And her, you know what I'm saying?
Without a condom, both of you are having sex with every other partner you've had.
Mm-hmm.
She's having sex with all of your other partners, and you're having sex with all of her other partners.
In Tia's case, that's a huge ass orgy. Let me tell you something.
Exactly. So I don't see what the deal is. I don't understand these people that like I said, get back to the abortion thing. I don't use abortion as a exit. Go ahead and stop it from the get-go. It's not that hard to do. They sell condoms at every fucking gas station that there is. You know, it's not that big a deal.
Like I'm saying, all these guys have to do is get together and have a little powwow, and you know, get the football team boys to all have like parenthood is all in the control of the men. There has never once been a woman that's been able to achieve pregnancy without the assistance of a man. So, you know, it's that simple.
Yeah.
Take care of it, guys.
Don't get me wrong, I hate wearing a condom, but at the same time, dude.
Yep. Well, I didn't know I was going to hang out and talk about condoms with TR today, but hey.
You should have named the chat
You
Condom
never
Day.
know with the TR chat.
TR chat.
You should have named it Condom Day with Tia.
And by the way, in case you don't know this, you can go to Planned Parenthood and buy purple ones and yellow ones and green ones. And if you cry that you can't afford them, they'll give you some just for free. Most of them, anyway.
Sandy's passions hit it right on the head. More parents should be willing to talk to their children about birth control also. Too many don't.
I'm afraid that abstinence is a great concept, but I think they need to have both. They need to have the concept of abstinence before they're ready to take on the responsibilities that come with being sexually active, but they also need to be taught what if they are sexually active and how to deal with their sexual activity in a responsible manner.
Oh, I can deal with that with responsible man. That's why I own shotguns. You know, dads have no problem dealing with that.
Well, like Guinevere just put in there, she got pregnant on the pill.
Oh, it happened.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, my mom told me, I don't know if it was me or my sister, or hell, it might have been my little brother, I don't know, got pregnant on the pill.
Well,
you know, I mean, they were taking it. It's not a fail-safe.
Well, and we didn't know what we know today about pills, but pills have to be taken darn close to the same 24-hour, you know, Monday night at midnight, Tuesday night at midnight, Wednesday night at midnight. And if you're on an antibiotic for any reason, you've got to use a backup method because antibiotics will come in and interfere with the effectiveness of birth control pills.
Yeah. And that's probably what happened with my mom. She probably had the flu or some shit and was taking something else, and it screwed it up, and she got pregnant.
My neighbor had a vasectomy, and he got his wife pregnant because he didn't wait. You know, you have to. Well, I don't know. I haven't been cut yet, but he didn't wait. He didn't do his thing.
Go back in and have your secondary sperm count, and if you don't, and you just assume that it's okay on the first try, you could end up pregnant because it doesn't always.
I'm sorry, I was laughing at what Glenn wrote, not at you.
Sometimes you have to have, you know, a secondary procedure.
Absolutely.
Or maybe it's just you have to wait longer. I don't know. But anyway, you do have to do that follow-up. And if you don't, you're playing with fire.
Well, they cut my little tubes or whatever it was and burn them. And I'm pretty sure I can't have babies anymore. So but I did go back and do the checkups. And
it's just, I mean, if you're sure you're done with the possibility of fathering a child, then that's the process.
So you did the frozen peas trick, huh? Good for you. God bless you. I won't do it.
What are you talking about?
I'm just talking to TF, frozen peas. I was making my kid brother had a vasectomy, and I walked in the house one day. He's in his recliner, legs open like this, with a set of frozen peas on his crotch. I'm like, what the hell happened to you? And he goes, "Oh, I had a vasectomy today. Leave me alone." I started laughing.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
he goes,
It was
it's not
like
funny.
after the medication wore off, it was like getting kicked in the nuts. It really
Mhm.
was. It was like, holy shit.
Great remedy for the after surgical pain for at least 24 hours. Anything else is too heavy.
Yeah, it was.
So,
It was kind of. I mean, I did it in a doctor's office. It wasn't even in a hospital.
no, it's not.
And the nurse was over there joking with me, trying to, I guess she was trying to lift my,
Yeah, your anxiety.
yeah, and at the same time, this guy was cutting on my nuts and stuff, and she's over there fucking trying to make jokes and stuff, and I'm like, okay, my nuts is exposed here.
Hey, no.
But it's like, okay, whatever. And she was making jokes with me, but like you say, after the anesthesia, whatever it is, whatever the local,
A local, that's right.
yeah, the local stuff wore out, it felt like somebody just kicked me in the nuts, and that lasted about a day.
This is why, Tia, this is why when we had our last daughter, my wife unfortunately had to have an emergency C-section, and I said to the doctor while he was in there, I said, "Do me a favor, tie them things nice and tight." And so I didn't have to do anything.
Do her tubal while she was in there with the C-section? Tubal ligation while they were doing the sew up.
I was standing right there watching the whole thing.
Okay.
I wanted to actually see that my wife had blood running through her veins, and I told her that. I said, "Hey, honey," she's like, "What?" I goes, "You do actually have blood running through your veins, not ice water."
Well, I think it's easier for. Well, I know it's easier for a man to get fixed than it is a woman.
Right.
During the birthing process, they're already in surgery and stuff like that. They can do that with a woman, but it's still a big deal. For a man,
Only
it's not that big a deal.
if they're having a C-section, apparently they can. But if you have natural childbirth, they
Yeah.
can't get to them for 6 weeks, at least.
And
I'm just saying that
it's funny. Getting back to my brother and his vasectomy.
I'm just saying it's easier for a man.
He had to get permission from his wife to do it.
Yeah. When women have it done and they have, not had a baby anytime around the time they have it done, I don't know that anybody wants to hear this, but the abdomen has to be inflated with gas, and you're talking about very small parts of tissue here, so that whole area has to be blowed up, and it is more complicated for a woman to have her tubes tied than it is for a guy to have a vasectomy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I waited in the waiting room longer than it took to have the vasectomy. I mean, it was a 10-minute fix at best.
Right.
And I'm not saying a 20-year-old should go get fixed. I'm just saying as a 40-year-old, I thought it was, responsible. That's really what it was. I was just trying to be responsible.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you spay a dog. Same thing.
Yeah.
Every individual man, but you basically chose not to be a father with a high school graduate at the age of 58. I mean, you chose not to be that 58, 60-year-old father. And that's if you would have had a prospect of relationship right then and there. So,
like me. My youngest
I
would
mean,
be. My
if I
youngest
was
would be.
still married or whatever, maybe I wouldn't have done it or whatever. But I was single, and I was messing. Well, hell, I'm still messing around. I mean, I still date different women because I'm single. And that's just one thing. I won't even say a problem. I mean, it's just one thing I don't have to worry about. No matter what I do, I know I can't get a woman pregnant.
Right. Mike, what were you going to say about your daughter?
I that was me when you were mentioning having high school graduate when you're 60. I will be 56 when my youngest daughter graduates high school.
My folks were 60. They had me when they were 40.
Yep. I had my last daughter when I was 30. I think I was 39 when I had her.
Now, my mom always said that by having a child at the age of 40, it kept her young. And she did seem to maintain an awfully high energy level compared to others that I saw, that she said I was the only planned child out of the three she had. So what do I know?
Well, I'm 48 now, so I definitely don't want to have a newborn.
Yep.
Fraternity suit brought to me at 48 years old.
Who was the celebrity that had that fathered a child? Was it Larry King? Was like 70 something years old.
He's got a young kid. Yeah.
And David Letterman, right? David Letterman was well in his 60s when he.
I don't think it was that old when he had his son, was he?
Yeah, but you're talking about millionaires. I'm talking about a working man here.
Good point, Tia. Good point.
I'm just an average Joe out there. I don't need to have a kid at 50 years old.
Hell no.
And picking them up at high school when I'm, drawing Social Security.
I went and picked up my daughter one day from school, and one of the little boys was walking by, and he said to his mother, he says, "Mommy, that man's got more gray hair than Grandpa does."
Thanks a lot.
And I was just like, "Damn." Of course, she reprimanded him for it. I'm like, "Oh, it's all good." I look at her, I'm like, "It's all good. Relax. Leave him alone."
The babes.
Yeah, I mean, they're kids. They don't know what they don't.
Yeah.
You
All right, gals and girls. I got a little bit of stuff I need to do today, so I'm going to go ahead and end this. I don't mean to cut it off short, but I got stuff to do, and it's 3:00 here now. So
Yeah, that's right. It is.
or you'll lose your reputation. So.
This will be up. Anybody can go back and watch it.
Hey, it's been fun, guys. Have a good one.
All right. Later, everybody.
Peace.
Good seeing you, Mike.